Okay, let's do a test here. Much better microphone, I hope. Let me turn down the... I'm monitoring the fire on 2 different cell phones. The post-fire, we are restarting the stream. This is our 3rd restart. Sorry about that. I was caught completely unawares the whole day. Most fires yesterday were doing all right. Let me do a crazy time lapse here as people trickle in. This is LA County on the corner of Ventura, Kern, and LA County. I do think we have confirmation that the post-fire has spilled over into Ventura County to the west after last night's flybys. So this is just one raging crazy nightmare. Let's do the 12-hour. Started by I-5. They're closing it now, southbound. About time, really. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, what are civilians doing there? If the wind shifted, like, wouldn't that be the equivalent of the Thule fog and gigantic pileups? Thank you, mods, for being here and holding down the fort. So what happened in a quick nutshell, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to speak well because of my dental emergency Wednesday. I chewed off half the right side of my mouth. So it was pretty bad. Had a filling crack, partly embedded in my gum, so it's still swollen. And I just, when I talk, I occasionally bite my own tongue and stuff. I didn't feel anything, but the suction stuff punctured the back of my throat, like the tonsils, and so it hurts to talk, and I'll start slurring and stuff. I apologize. So it's been just a week like that. Yesterday, the 15th, I was at the Aurora Airport with Sea Probe, great moderator and good friend of mine. Holy crap! Look at all this stuff. All I did was just drive home and look what the difference an hour makes. I got a bad feeling about this one. It's behaving like a crazy fire during noon in July at night. You know, so I do not have a laptop. Please donate to my PayPal laptop fund. You can do super chat and stickers that are so much appreciated. Please hit the like button. Send this video trending. We had to restart it because I have no laptop good enough to do streaming. This is very demanding. I've already dropped $3,000 into my desktop, which much of which was paid by your kind donations from like 2021, for example. I cannot tell you how demanding streaming is, especially wildfire coverage when you're trying to do them all on the West Coast. I sometimes have 135 tabs open at once. It's, you don't even know. So what happened is the exercise ended around 6:30 or 7 p.m. I've been awake since 2:30 on the 15th. 2:30 a.m. on the 15th. It's now 2:46 a.m. on the 16th. So I'm just full of adrenaline, but I'm hoping I can go to sleep soon because tomorrow's going to be hell. There's no way to say this. Tomorrow's going to be hell. You know, unless a hurricane, Pacific cyclone deviates and dumps over to much of California. We've got red flag warning in the northern states, and you might as well just apply that to the southern southern part of the state because look at this. It's same difference. I don't know why it's not called red flag. Just they're sticklers for weird. You know, if it's not, if there's less than 1% humidity, then we can't call it red flag. Whatever, I don't care. It's ridiculous. So I left the airport. I could have gone home. Right about in the evening, I thought, well, we dodged a bullet. Not too many horrible fires on the West Coast I need to go live for. I can either go home. I've been working all day in the pouring rain, loading up airplanes. We did a tsunami drill for ODART, which is Oregon. I can't remember right now. Oregon Disaster Airlift Recovery Team. So it was a 2-part exercise over 2 weekends. My dental problem meant that I couldn't my tooth cracking meant that I couldn't participate in the first weekend, and that was taking a lot of food from, say, Walla Walla and private pilots volunteering, delivering it to Aurora, and then this weekend was the practice run for these volunteer pilots who are saints to take it to the coastal airports, the communities that will be cut off in the future from aid, presumably when the big one hits, the big earthquake. This is all a drill. And so my mods are so wonderful. Thank you so much, Hans, for your kind donation. You are a rock star supporter. Very, very appreciated. Man, I need a laptop, isn't it true? Thank you for coming back, mods and friends, and I hope everybody finds us. It's running towards Pyramid Lake, okay, the post fire. Yeah, we'll be checking on that in just a second. I have to summarize, otherwise people will be driven nuts if I start deviating. So anyway, I prepped from 2:30 in the morning till 7:30 in the morning for the crazy day at the airport. I got we had like alternate heavy rain, bright sunshine that was hot, and then we had a high of 54 in Oregon that was soggy, thunderstorms that went past. Then it was suddenly bright and beautiful again. Overall, the drill was a success. I was exhausted, and I had the choice, drive back home, drive to a relative's house by Salem, and I looked down at my phone, and everything seemed to be in order. 20-minute drive later, I arrive, take my shoes off, relax. I was about to go live and say, guys, our ODART thing was great, considering the crazy weather. Oh no, that's when my phone blew up. Sarah Luna, who I'm gonna link in a second, great friend of mine. She went on. She goes, look, are you getting my tweets? Butte County has 2 fires in it. Orville, mandatory evacuations at Honcut, which is on the border of Yuba County. I'm like, okay, I grew up there. Oh crap. And then all of a sudden, Clear Lake, Vacaville. And then as soon as those looked like they were going to be okay, I was on the fence. I start working on my relative's laptop, which wasn't good enough for streaming, trying to figure out if it could handle streaming. It was just on the cusp of like doing an okay Zoom meeting. I'm trying to get the cameras up, guys. I do want to look at the somewhat forgotten in comparison. How do you say this? I'm very tired, guys. Hesperia, Hesperia fire. These cameras keep moving away from it, but we had some incredible. It looked like it was devouring either swaths of. I don't want to say neighborhoods, but it was finding some sort of a crazy fuel where it was flaring up when it was supposed to be dying down, these fires, and so I just got a more sick feeling. It was very difficult to set up streaming. I just wanted to set up mainly the crazy scanner radio. It was just fast and furious. The response was very timely and on point. Evacuations just started happening in multiple counties. Just when they really pounced on it and did a great job in Northern California, I thought I could breathe a sigh of relief, go home, start the stream again. My mods would handle it. I could take a dang nap, and it wasn't to be. It was the post fire exploded and just raced, and it's one of the fastest moving fires I've seen in a long time. It really that hits the pit of my stomach because you know what we've seen. Please hit the like button right now to get us trending. We've only had 13 people find us. We had 56 or so when I left. We had 900 views, and this is why I'm asking for $1. I need that laptop. I need to go live. I struggled for 3.5 to 4 hours just trying to make a bad laptop work. My friends and family are saints, and we just had trouble after trouble. And every time it looked like I could just set it and forget it and drive home, get my supercomputer up and running. There was a new crisis. There was something new that was just nuts that we had to cover, that we had to sit and listen to. Can we get a time lapse of what happened in San Bernardino? One of the Bailey Peaks, but they keep moving around. So I am so frustrated, but it found new fuel and was flaring up just as the sun was setting. When that happens, it's going to be a bad night. the post-fire then started to settle down, and we thought, thank you so much for reminding everybody, and how are you doing, Nick Giles? And just when I was like, okay, now I can leave and go home, put it on the supercomputer, just hell broke loose. And even though they had nighttime helicopters working the scene, and two eyes in the skies, and two night vision helicopters with the heroic, very brave pilots working that, it still just raced, and it almost burned down a fire station. On the post fire, we had a person get burned. They had to clear the airspace in order to evacuate somebody by helicopter. First, somewhere between first and third degree burns on their body. They said first degree on the face. You can easily lose your vision with that. So that's my heart goes out to that person. I don't know if it was a firefighter or a civilian. And somebody with terrible brain cancer in Oroville that got trapped, but thankfully was rescued, and they just pounced on that fire. It was looking really serious. This is not the right time lapse, not the right camera. And Bailey Peak 2 is now in a different mode. So I don't know how I lost the time lapse of the Hesperia. I did though. Don't ask me how. I just can't remember which camera it was. If you guys can help me out. It was very troubling, and the winds were going in a totally different direction in the post because the winds were bouncing around. I'm going to get up Cal Topo in a second, and we're going to look at these winds. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but the fire just started racing out of control about, 2 hours ago, friends? Where are we in this? Okay, there's Oregon. Let's go back down to California. So we have our global imagery. Let's take that down to this. It's easier to find it. These are some of the weirdest places and windiest because of this weird Bermuda Triangle thing of California. I don't know what that is. It's fault line stuff that makes triangle. So I-5 snakes its way through mountain passes. That's what you have to do with highways and freeways, you know. And it was surreal. It was all this traffic going by while there was Armageddon above on the hillsides. For those of you who are just tuning in or may not have seen the stream before, please hit the like and sub button with the ringing bell. I go live in a crisis. My team will take over when I go to sleep. We will be 24 hours a day, come hell or high water, to make sure people have their evacuation information. I'm about to turn on the scanner radio, and that's how we find out first whether or not evacuations are going to happen. And sometimes we get neighborhoods evacuating when the police arrive. They're like, "Oh, you already know?" You're like, "Yeah, Catherine's channel. We're ready. We're on our way. Thanks. Take care of our house." And sometimes, honestly, the official evacuation information is wrong. And so we're looking at it from a bunch of different sources, and satellite heat maps, wind direction, and just listening to what they're saying. And if there's an error, we can say that's an error. Oftentimes, mistakes happen, especially with adrenaline. So we have gotten people turned around from certain doom. That's why we do this, spend up all night. This is why we need funding. I don't want to put ads on anything. No paywalls, no nothing. Crowdfunded, donation funded. And if you have anything to add, any photographs you want to submit, any thing you want to chime in on, any questions, go ahead and ask them. We just try to keep things to what we can verify. If we speculate, we make that extremely obvious that what we're about to do is speculation. All right, let's, we don't have any aircraft, right? So let me fix the radio and let's play this crazy 6-hour, 12-hour time lapse of the post fire again. As people find the channel and come back, every time we restart, the algorithm is against us. It thinks like it's a new entertainment thing. There's no such thing when you choose your video that it's public good, that it's charity, that it's just our volunteer time here. YouTube thinks everything is entertainment, and It only promotes what's trending. So you just watch, just leave it and go about your day. Hit the like button, share the stream, hit the share button, text it to anybody you know who might be interested or find this channel useful. All of that helps tremendously, even if you can't give any money. We had more than 900 views for the last thing, and we raised well, not enough for a laptop. That's all I gotta say. I'm very, very appreciative of every $1. Imagine if, like half of those people had given $1. I'd be well on my way to a laptop that's capable of, me driving down the street. Somebody calls me, there's fires. I pull into literally a McDonald's parking lot, hit the Wi-Fi and go live and put this and do it in the car. I've done stuff like that before. That is what I want out of a robust laptop. And, little accessories like antennas and battery packs. So that's the goal here. If we reach 20,000 to 25,000 subscribers, then we can fundraise much better with, mugs and t-shirts and stuff. But look at this inferno. This is at night. This is when it began to jump. Here we thought it was getting calmer, but you could see how bright it was. What's the timestamp? I don't know why this is. Okay, there we go. We could see the timestamp back now. Are we good with audio, guys? I'm so sorry, excuse me. I just threw back a coffee. I'm a little adrenalized, and I've been awake a long time. So this was 11:17, and that's when fires should be dying down. Look at the big hot spots of fuel. So we were just kind of eerily looking at this. You can see the helicopters buzzing around, and even with the water drops, even with all hands on deck, 3 different county response for the post-fire. That is a gigantic helicopter for scale. That's a Chinook. Vertol, same difference. Flame height, it's like 35 feet in the air, 40. For individual trees, it's very hard to tell, but it could be like 60-foot flames that get just thrown up in the wind before they get flattened down just as far, reaching out. So the fire station 77 is almost burned down twice. Just about when this began. And then later they said, is this run that it's making going to threaten the firehouse? So like, not quite yet. Not at this time. Not like no, just not at this time. So it was eerie. Then you could tell that the traffic's going by an I-5 right here. There's a song that has a clip from like an old newsreel. Avalanches above, business continues below. Can you imagine just commuting with this or long haul truck driving? Just hell above, I-5 below. It's just this normal life for LA County. Yeah. Okay. Just frame by framing this. So, that's when I looked at the clock. It was after midnight. I said, I've got to go. My friends and family who expected me to have fun with them and watch a movie and me to just spend the night there and just, we have fun during the day and brunch. All of a sudden they're like, honey, sweetie, how can we help you? They stopped watching TV so that the internet would be decent enough for me to go live. And I feel terrible. So, but aren't they wonderful? Aren't they? So, Big Al says correction, I-5 southbound is not closed yet, or are they just thinking about it? Let's get scanner radio up. So I wanted to do that recap. San Bernardino is having its own problems. It's going to be a long, bumpy weekend. Red flag is in effect until at least Monday night. It's now Sunday somehow. Last time I slept was Friday for 5.5 hours. Okay. I'm hoping the adrenaline wears off and I can crash, get some Z's in, leave the stream in the hands of the mods, and then resume. Man, you're so awesome, Hans. everybody else has donated. I have not been able to monitor PayPal because I had the scanner radio going for 2 counties. So all my apps are on mute. If you have donated via PayPal, you are freaking wonderful, and I did not mean to ignore you. PayPal is much preferred. I'm sorry, let me turn off the fan here. It's suddenly freezing cold. I was hot, and then well, it's cold now. It's really cold at night in Oregon. uh, Somebody was complaining about it at the airport where I was, and I just shrugged off the rain and said, I love it. This chance of thunderstorms weather that Oregon's getting right now means nothing's on fire over here. It's freaking great. Fresh air from the coast. Big House's I-5 northbound is closed, but further to the south and not associated with a fire. What the hell? What? Let's see. Okay. Okay. So, Cynthia, how are you? Thank you for being here. Apple Valley, you'll be heading out of dawn. Hoorah! Thank you for your service, man. Power to you, and Godspeed. Whew. And stay safe. So let's see. You gotta. I don't know why I can't go instantly to people's channels. I can do that on other people's streams and not on my own chat. Let me give you a little heart. I used to manually do hearts, and then YouTube copied me. You get both. Go ahead and link to your channel if you stream to it. Absolutely. I will never be offended if people have to duck in and out to get their information from different places. Look at it. Crowdsourcing is a way that the best way to keep people safe. I know that there's a person who's kind of been live on the scene. So let's see, what's his channel name again? Dad's Gone Live, like DAD. Dad's Gone Live. He used to be a variety streamer, and he had some pretty riveting stuff. He's gotten pretty close to the fire. I think he's on I-5. I'm not quite certain. And but for the most part, I haven't been watching it because, well, I've seen flames before, and well, that's flames. But it's oh wow, and he was pulling up to gigantic amounts of vehicle on the side of the road without permission. I'm not gonna, of course, restream. There's nothing that I think I need to. But do what you need to do and come back and see us, or open up multiple tabs if you're on desktop. And to find us again, the best way is hit the subscribe button with the ringing bell. But then there are different ways to make your phone notify you. I'll be totally cool with walking you guys through it. Android is a little bit of a mess right now. Samsung just took away some notification options with their new update. I had to set it all back. But if you find that you're not really getting live updates, there's just a few button presses and you can fix it. We tend to go live in a crisis, and about 95, 98% of what this channel is about is, oh no, big fire. Let's get all our data together and let's find out everything we can. Okay, so watch duty. Have we had any updates on the Hesperia in San Bernardino County? With the winds as crazy as they are right now, throat hurts. At night, it just might worsen during the day. I'll check NOAA weather. We got red flag everywhere from basically the Bay Area to Redding and the foothills on each side of the valley. Like I said, it's madness why they don't. We have 2 hours ago. It's not. Right now there hasn't been an update for 2 hours, but you can see San Bernardino County is not having a great time either. There were numerous smaller ones that they were able to pounce on and Wait a second. Oh, that's just extra large photo. You gotta scroll down. Okay. Yeah, that's fire. These are user submitted anonymous photos on Watch Duty. Get that app. It's for not only iPhone and Android now, but you can get it as an app on Windows. It's pretty cool. It's kind of like a weather app. It just has its own little window. Or if you don't want to install nothing, just do what I do and you just put it right here in the browser. And they provide it for free, and you can donate if you want. Like, here's a little donate thing. I have been subscribed since day one. It's like 99 cents a month. Awesome. These people are great. So we do not have any updated information on the Hesperia. Let's get Broadcastify going up for the post-fire. We had a long bounce of silence. Have you guys been covering, listening to the scanner radio? I could not keep it going on in the car. Cynthia Fire 42 says Hesperia and Apple Valley are right next door. Oh, it's all part of Victorville Bowl. That did look like a bowl. That's a bowl is also known as a death trap. Firefighters generally cannot evacuate themselves quickly enough if they are down in a bowl. If beep hits the fan, the worst mass firefighter deaths, before the smoke jumper incidences, happened at the early 20th century, and the lessons were learned written in blood. It's usually it takes too much time to drive up a zigzaggy type of a route to get up and over a ridge and away from a fire. So a lot of the times firefighters will not enter that kind of situation or a steep canyon unless they're absolutely certain they can shelter in place down there in complete safety. So in general, hey Husky, thank you so much for your service. You deserve your rest. Come back and see us. Check in. Yeah, you totally deserve that sleep. So it becomes extra challenging, and what they prefer to do is man their stations up at the ridgeline and see if they can stop it when it gets to the top. That is the safest course of action. But what can happen is it can really get big when it's down there. So yeah, thank you for the information. I've barely been to Southern California, south of San Francisco. A lot of it was during childhood, and much of it was Disneyland. So um, you guys are working above me on the call of duty. I wanted to name it Kathryne's World Wildfire Tracking Team, and it was just too long, but we are a team. I cannot do this alone. So if anybody has the alerts like code red and not whatnot, and they get an official alert, do come in and just chat and tell us what that is. Victorville, Hesperia, Apple Valley, they're completely surrounded by mountains. Yeah, that reminds me of Concal, which was a very dangerous place to be during the Paradise, campfire. And the weird thing about bowls too is if a fire starts down in them, they climb out, right? Fire just climbs so fast. You can't outrun it uphill ever. Can't outrun fire uphill. Can't outrun it downwind. You have to remember that. Those are not options when it really gets to racing. The big mass fatality events of firefighters or volunteers or civilians trying to do it happens when they get down. Hosely, whatever, can't protect them. They go down, and then the winds pick up, and it races, and then they have nowhere to go but to try to race it uphill. It doesn't happen. So that can be very anguishing for the people who live there or have property or horses or something down in there, and they really want to go down, but they have to be held back. Because even if it looks like a lazy fire at the time, like the Caldor did when it started, it's a death trap if the wind changes. There has to be something down there that's an perfect shelter-in-place option. Sometimes that might be like a big gravel bar for like a river. But if something like that does not exist, there's no reason to enter. Firefighters are now trained, do not enter a place you can't leave alive if beep hits the fan. So look at the red flag all over the west. Look, hold on to your butts, friends. It's going to be one long weekend. So the frustrating thing is we don't have a lot of, I got to check Twitter X TwitX, and we're going to check. Let's look at instead of just talking about it, let's look at Victorville and the Apple Valley kind of bowl. What we can do is we can crank up the shade of relief on. Yeah, you kind of see it. I see it. Oh, and there's the street. You can crank shade of relief up on Caltopo, and you can play with adding the little imagery and the like. You can flip it into various different kinds of maps. I just used a basic set. You can get fancy, and yeah, heck, you can even go to historic, and you kind of see how places have grown. But we only have one for down here instead of up there. Wow, it is right teetering on the edge of the Mojave. Dead Man Point. Ominous. Just ominous. See, do we have any later maps? Here it is. Look how Apple Valley and Victorville was in a day. Wow. So we can still get more, even more fancy. We can do the slider, pull back history. You can see the geology here. And then when you pull back history even more, you can see how much it grew. A lot of new neighborhoods. A lot to defend. So, lots of swimming pools, so that's a good sign. And the only thing good about light flashy fuels is once they burn up, they burn up. So, desert fires will, as long as you can get ahead of them, put a barrier, just stop the forward progress. It has to move like lightning to survive. All you have to do is stop its movement, and it'll be gone. But the hills are a different story. So here we are with the fire in the hills. We turn on the satellite maps for that's fire history. Ominous button to press for California. Let's go to our Go satellite. It's good. It's not red. So we have 10:14 Zulu time UTC. I think the satellites passed by 1 minute ago. Then that's how you read the time stamp though, and you would read this. This one down here is for the Go satellites. If it's red, it means that within the last 10 minutes of that time, usually they cut around about every 25 minutes, 23 minutes, then it'll only go red with a new heat detection. It's not a heat detector, it's a new heat detector. It's got to be about equal to greater than what was detected the last time the satellite happened. It doesn't mean the fire's out, it doesn't mean it's not spreading. It just means, is there in the same general broad areas, this is all margin of error, these big squares, is there a flare-up, something more intense? So you can't, it's not the Bible here, you can't just trust everything because maybe it flared up like 30 seconds after the satellite went by, and you're not going to know about that for 25 more minutes. Excuse me. Oh man, my throat. But gray is awesome to see because what gray means, according to this, is no new heat in that area for at least 6 hours. I wish there was a bigger color code because like 1 to 6 hours old, that makes yellow a bit okay. That's a huge range. What is that telling us? But when you do see red and red and red and red keeps pumping up, it's somewhere within that square. It doesn't mean the whole thing's on fire. It's just somewhere within that square, and you see how big the margin of error is. There's a flare up, something big. So let's go back to cameras and keep monitoring them. a Gorman cam. Man. So we're doing a 1 hour time lapse. This is back to the post fire. Cynthia 542 says the bold I'm in is referring to Victorville. Yeah. Place surrounded by mountains. Well, at least it's big. You got a lot of shelter in place options in a deserty environment. A lot of people, I don't want to say they get brainwashed, they get tunnel vision. Oops, that's a random news article from before. They get tunnel vision and they get herd mentality. It's okay. Like, unless you're told what to do, what everybody thinks of is peel out and drive a million miles an hour and run away from a fire, right? If you're in something like deserty, something flat, in a city, just keep your wits about you. And your best course of action oftentimes is you just do not get in the traffic jam. Pull over into a field that's like been recently plowed because dirt doesn't burn, concrete doesn't burn. Parking lots, like big box store parking lots, do not burn. All you gotta do is wait, look up, make sure no trees could catch fire, fall on you. You're in a perfectly safe spot probably already. So if you look at satellite, like one of the first things if fire is coming, and you know it's going to be a traffic jam, and you're already on the flatlands, or you're very close to it, or maybe it's too late to evacuate. Just keep your wits about you and just think, oh, could I just drive, or maybe even sit the wool blanket over my head uncomfortably, but even just sit in a spot where the fire really can't reach me. And you don't have to be submerged or anything. Oftentimes, you could just drive onto a golf course and sit on the grass. Just chill. The firefighters will probably show up eventually and be like, oh, you're smart. We like to be here. Green grass doesn't burn. I mean, even kind of dead grass, as long as it's really short, doesn't burn for long. It's not that much of a threat. Don't leave a place of safety for the question mark of what's down the road. It just takes some accident down the road to cause that death trap of a traffic jam. Most fatalities happen when people gamble and they go on a road and it's their only way out and they don't have other options. So the dice roll of if it gets blocked, well, they have no options. Some people, I mean, all it takes is one accident, one breakdown, one little tree that fell in the road, somebody else popping a tire, just one little thing like that. Whereas you may stand a much better chance kind of chilling out where you are by a bridge, on top of a bridge, you get under a bridge or in a culvert, especially if a culvert under a road has water, running water. So you can just look at satellite maps and just maps from above. Anywhere a road crosses water, there's going to be either a bridge or a culvert. Culvert is just a tube under the road. Memorize where these are, and every time you drive home, just start thinking, okay, this is a creek I'm crossing, this is a culvert, a bridge. It's something that's an option. If smoke completely obscures your view, if it's going from behind and past you, don't drive like a bat out of hell. Just kind of think, all right, I need to stop where I've still got options. And heartbreakingly, a lot of times people don't understand that a driveway to the right might have been like during the Bear Fire. A lot of people went downhill and tried to outrun this fire that was spotting downhill with ferocious winds. And so what the fire will do is it'll jump over your head with the embers. It'll start the road on things on fire in front of you that'll fall in the road. Then you'll try to turn around and you're trapped. But what if you had stopped on a piece of road where you're right above the culvert and you waited a little bit, or you knew that, hey, that I could take a right turn, be at the golf course. There's a construction site. construction sites don't burn if, it's like a, big, big cul-de-sacs and cement slabs down, but nothing really to burn. Chill. Just chill. And about the only thing you got to do is just make sure nothing rolls, flaming debris does not roll up against your tires. Your tires will ignite. Uh, get out of your car, take your wool blanket, kick it out of the way, get back in your car, read a book. Just chill, just read a book. A lot of people drove right past places of perfect safety during the bear fire and got trapped on the road. And all they had to do was look at satellite maps, and the volunteer fire department didn't have a sign, unfortunately, for this random turnout that looked like a driveway. But they had these huge water tanks, and they had a huge, like, defensible space. The volunteer fire department, dozens and dozens of people could have parked there in safety, and the water tanks are right there, just in case, But they kept going down the highway. And then they passed like a small lake reservoir thing that had a dock and kind of had really shallow areas where they could have just crouched down and been fine and parked at the side of the road. If it's getting real bad and you just can't see very well and it's getting real bad, think about not passing a place of safety. So if we were looking in this particular area, you might say, "Oh dear, I look at my neighborhood and do look at it. Find your neighbors with swimming pools and stuff. Find the golf courses, and it's much better to find out if the culverts are accessible, if they're big, if you can fit in them, if they're not gated, against beavers. Can you get these places? Thank you, Small World Life. Thank you so much. And if it's choked by weeds, you're not, it's not going to work. If you see on the satellite map that there's a big pond a couple of fence hops away, make sure it still exists before you say, "Oh, that'll be my shelter in place option." If you do look at it, the point is, and you put global imagery on, look at your own neighborhood, that that can't burn. What the hell is that? It's salt flat with some salty water, or I'd imagine soda lime water, soda like a soda lake. That can't burn. But if it's like gated and you can't get past it, or maybe it dried up and they planted something there, like, I don't know, marijuana farm or something, make sure it still exists. So just trust the satellites. But if say all of this was on fire, this chaparral, this brush, you're like, "Oh my God," your instinct is going to go, the main roads, blah, blah, blah. Just know your own neighborhood, know where you're going, and head straight for that sure shot that you can ride it out. You don't have to outrace a fire, just outthink it. There's the Costco. Anybody remember the Costco that was in, I think, Arizona? The cops ran inside, screamed, "There's a fire, everybody out." And unfortunately, they encouraged everybody to get on the road and leave the Costco parking lot. It's okay. I'm not. They're cops. They're not exactly trained for that. But they told everybody to leave a perfect spot of safety. They should have said, "Just go to your cars, remain there, and look after each other." Big box store parking lot's perfect. Golf course, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Construction site, perfect. Dirt, whatever this is perfect. I don't know what that is, but it doesn't burn. Dirt, dust, fertilizer, the high school baseball diamond, the field at the high school, the football field. Man, there's some interesting stuff in the desert. Like, what's that? A corral? Is it somebody's party ring? Okay, we're gonna go back to the fires. But every once in a while, we've got let a little time go by to do a new timeline. Small World Life, thank you. Getting closer to that laptop. I do have a Discord. I have not set it up for fire monitoring. I've got a personal one. Cynthia, you've hit the nail on the head. I want people to talk to me, chat, share photos. Discord, with all of its features that are free, it's perfect for that. I would like to, say this fire, that fire. It looks like the camera's in rotating. Let's just let it go to the next frame. Should be once every minute. But the problem is that most of my viewers are over the age of 55. They live in the counties affected by the fires. And during the peak crazy times, the drama, a lot of youth will show up, but I cannot even train my own mods and my own parents how to use Discord. It's the worst interface I've ever seen. And what's even worse is they'll ask me how to do something, and I'll share my screen, and then they'll say, "What button do I press?" And it really depends on if they're on their phone, if they're on iPhone, Android, and even if they're on Windows, like I am. They may have pressed a button to change the interface. I have no idea what they did, but because they did that, I can no longer give them instructions to even see what I'm seeing. They can't tell the difference between what is their own message center to what is a server, and they don't know what that means. I had my dad, who's in his 80s, was enraged by Discord because he didn't hit the hang up button after a call. Discord scolded him and says, "Do you think server space grows on trees?" He goes, "What the hell is it doing? It's yelling at me." And I said, "Oh, Dad, you didn't hang up the call." He goes, "Well, you did. So that means the call ended." I said, "No, the call's still going." He goes, "No, it's not." You know what I'm saying? Like calls still happen. Like one time I'm wandering around. I think a call ended, and I start having a conversation with a neighbor, and then all of a sudden my pocket says hello, and the other person disconnected and I hadn't, and so they reconnected trying to get a hold of me, and they listened on a private conversation in my yard. It's just stuff like that, and the boomers, they leave it open, and so to make a call end, and and the elders and anybody unfamiliar, stupid thing is rotating. Let's just wait one more time for the Gorman 2 camera overall switch. And it drives me nuts too. It's just dumb. Like there's nowhere on Discord that says this is my home screen. I say go to the upper left-hand corner and it looks like a video game controller icon. And they go, "Why?" I don't know. Just it's stupid, but it does. Or it looks like Mickey Mouse's pants. Well, I know how to use it. I use it every day. But I'm helpless to memorize all of the different ways somebody could screw up their interface. Like, did they full screen or did they not? Once you get a video, 2 video calls going, it hides chat. So I'll then drop in a link and say, "Follow this link and sign up for Code Red." And they go, "What link?" And I said, "Well, it's in chat." And they go, "Oh," and they're suddenly in a different server, or they're in a different room, and they go, "What chat?" And I said, "No, the voice chat." And they say, "We are chatting." I said, "I know we are chatting, but the voice chat area." And they go, "What?" I said, "Okay, chat means typing, guys. Voice means voicing." And they said, "What?" I said, I know terminology. So chat means typing." And they go, "No, no, no, chat is talking." And I go, "Oh God, I'm gonna kill myself." Oh, just shoot me, somebody. um, so I go, okay, what do you see? And they're like, I see your bird icon." I go, "Great, that's a great start. What is it doing?" And they go, "What do you mean, what is your bird icon doing?" I said, "Well, is there a green ring around it?" "Yeah." I said, "Okay, well, I think that you can see the voice part, but underneath the 2 icons of me and you chatting, talking, I mean, green means I'm talking and transmitting. Don't ask me why. Um, there should be some text down there. It's the history of us typing together." And they go, "I don't see that." And I say, "Well, what do you see?" And they go, well, um, let's see. There's an icon and it looks like a phone. And I go, okay. And they go, oh, and they describe like something that looked like a TV screen with snow on it. And I'm like, I don't know what you're seeing, man. I just don't. And so I screw up my own interface. I click like 7 buttons and I see that too. And then I have to figure out how to make it look like I just had it. And I go, oh, you know what? You have to go to this hidden setting menu and then you have to hide. Well, what is that? I can't even remember. In Discord to show the text chat portion again and the links, you have to, hide non-video participants. Because there'll be these giant Brady Bunch squares of people who don't have a webcam. So it's like a Brady Bunch square that's blank and it has their icon. But why isn't that just hidden already? It's like, duh, they don't have a webcam, so, or it's not turned on, so why would there be a giant blank square taking up space? You know, and there's so many options that it's about an hour later and they still haven't clicked on the link. So they finally do, because I used to try to do tech support this way. And I thought it was the best way to screen share. Show me what you're seeing. Well, hit the screen share button, and I could see on Discord what you're doing. And when they find the link, this is what happens. They follow it, right? Is this stuck? Is it just in rotate? Okay, let's find a new one. I hate that. We have how many views on the post? I should just make a video about trying to get my dad to use it. I made his own server called the Hot Rod Shop. I said, if you invite your friends, you can hang out and video call all through COVID. He was so isolated. He hasn't like been outside in years. And none of them could figure it out. I couldn't get him to go into his own server because it looked like a round thing, which looked exactly like private messaging does too. So I shared like 75 links to classic car stuff, only for him to not know how to go and look at it. And when Discord changed to chat and voice and they merged it, they suddenly said, "Oh, we're going to do this thing where you could put a chat in a voice channel." That was even harder to explain because you didn't have to move a bunch of icons around and switch back and forth between seeing somebody's webcam, seeing them stream their screen, and then seeing what they post links in chat. And I have washed my hands of it. I just want to take hostages, really, and make them fix it. Like, you know, Skype was crap. Skype was so bad, but it looked like a telephone. It had like a dial, beep 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 beep, and people could see the names of other people instead of weird cartoon image placeholders. Sort of like a Rolodex. It just, you press enough buttons, you got to talk to somebody. It rang like a phone. People hung up, and when the call was over, and oh God, I can't tell you about ending it's what I thought was ending some Discord video calls and regular calls. I heard so many things I do not want to know about couples fighting, man, and what couples do after they hang up on me. I don't. Even if privacy laws didn't exist, I wouldn't. You wouldn't want to know what I've heard. Just don't. You just don't. Back to the fires. So yes, I've got Discord, and I'm trying to find 6 ways from Sunday. Anything else that will do what Discord does for cheap, I'll pay. It's okay. But here's the thing: Discord is the interface from hell. I think we all sinned, and that's how Discord came to be. It's punishment for our collective karmic sin as a people. And yes, you and I should hook up. That sounds good. My email address, let me just type it in, and then we'll hook up that way. And then maybe you could coach me to, but I swear to God, I just want to take hostages and I don't want to hurt anybody at Discord. I just want to make them see how they've ruined my life and the lives of so many others. They made my dad hate the technology that would have connected him with all of his friends, during COVID. And they could have taken over the world. It's way better than Zoom. They have just excellent voice quality. It's just supreme. And we could share files. We could have individual rooms for individual fires. People could go in there. They could privately talk to each other with voice. They could chat with each other. Like people come in here and they say, I have a ranch. I would love to host 8 horses for anybody evacuated. Can I put my phone number in chat? And I go, no, not in YouTube, man. No, don't do that. And you go, okay, well, can I put my email out there so people can contact me? I go, oh, no, that's not good either. So we do need that space. So I've been absolutely shattered, uh, frustrated, and curled up into a ball. There it is. Look at this insanity from today, guys. Bald Mountain Tower 1 is, God, paradise looked like that at first. The orange sky. My brother started texting pictures once he got out of the death zone, and um, the sky changed different colors. And then I saw it for myself in the 2020 fires in Oregon. Smoke will change colors and change the sky different colors. So you get the gray and the blacks. The light blacks. There's dark blacks and there's light black smoke. Then you get your darker orangey, ambery, pinkish, and then you get your dark brown, your beer bottle brown. Then you know that something terrible has occurred, and then it fills the entire sky like a volcano. And then you get the black as night, black as coal streaks in it, and that's when you know a lot of houses are on fire and a lot of vehicles. Sometimes it's just oily brush. Like this is Southern California. There's a lot of chaparral oily bushes, eucalyptus, gorse. Don't want to alarm people. But we make so much with petroleum oil. It's the same difference to smoke, whether or not it's natural oils in plants or petroleum. When that's on fire, it makes the black stuff. And in the aerosols, change the sky weird colors, like the green around the edges. It could be a camera trick of the light. It could be absolutely real. I remember the 2020 fires, Red Monday, when I first did my first serious stream, Labor Day Monday. Up in Portland, we didn't have much smoke yet at all. Not like the chaos further south in Oregon. But I looked out the window, and the next day the sky was green, just around a green tinge to everything, like a light fog or a mist, but that green. You promise no abuse to me? Yeah, that sounds great. Cynthia, you're wonderful. Glad you have either found us or refound us. I have the mind of a goldfish right now because I've been awake for weeks at this point. Guys, I forgot about Broadcastify. So here's the problem. I've been discussing this with Sarah Luna and some others like Brokefish. Discord does for free what almost everything we need, and for cheap, better tiers, like sharing bigger files. Like people can share different photographs and say, hey, is this somebody's horse? And I want to connect fire victims and fire affected to each other so they can have private conversations like that. Like whose horse is that? Or can somebody give me a ride? And I can't evacuate. A car won't start. That stuff is valuable. So Microsoft Teams can do what Discord does in a way. Slack can do what it does in a way. Circle looked like it was even better, which is like a newcomer. I looked at the price. They're like, some of these are $1,000 a month. Some of them are $1,000 a year, $1,500 a year. But they're $1,000 a month. And if you don't pay $1,000 a month, if you pay like a peasant version. They're like, oh, you can only upload 40 megabytes of files or maybe 1 gigs of files. That's not going to work for us. And you can have one moderator. Like, why would you restrict the amount of moderators in a social media uh, file sharing and voice calling? Are they idiots? Why would you restrict one moderator? Is that person supposed to be awake 24 hours a day? I'm going to save that one as a eerie trophy screenshot right there. We will replay that to as people wake up, especially people on the East Coast are waking up, but early risers and those who are on edge and can't sleep now. Well, we'll say, yeah, this is how it started yesterday. But yeah, I've heard Rumble is does it have is it more like Discord or is it more like um YouTube? I keep hearing about it. So I'm just dismayed that you can have one moderator. Like that's a recipe for chaos. I want to write hate mail to these places. They just they don't seem to understand that their product is the perfect thing for emergencies and for communities to come together and help each other out. They seem to think it's for growing your social blah blah blah, your influencer blah blah blah. And how can your company grow by viral marketing? And okay, shut up. uh, where's the one for public good? It's strange. To me, it's like the invention of the telephone, but it's only for psychic phone lines. Like it's only for toll numbers. Like it's not for ordinary people to dial an emergency number or just talk normally. It's only for like money making pyramid type schemes. Is what it seems like. Um, sorry, I am totally in ramble mode because I have not slept for days. I had throwbacks and coffees in order to get on the road to get back home, and I was hoping to go immediately to bed. I was exhausted at 6 p.m. yesterday. The adrenaline's just got to work its course out here. Yeah, it totally is, Nick. I thought Rumble was more like it was trying to be YouTube. Um, but there's so many emerging these days. I'm having trouble keeping them straight. TikTok, I don't like. Hey, so cowboy gal, how you doing? Yeah, good. Morning. Good morning. Okay, let's broadcastify. I really need to get this going. So behind the scenes, gonna turn it on. People come in and out. Mostly they've been hearing a. I'm sorry, I had to vent that. It's done. No more. No more whining. But I just can't tell you how frustrated it is because I really hope Discord would help the elderly and connect. Not only with each other just for fun, but like my dad's going blind and Discord's on the phone, and he could just share what his own screen of his phone with me, and I could say, put your finger in the upper left-hand corner, even though today you can't see that clearly. That's the button to push, Dad, and it's hopeless. It's all they need to do is just make the interface easy to use, and they did not. Uh, that's what it is. Um, before he was going blind, he gave it a good try, and it was frustrating for hours. But when we had to get it done, we had to get it done. And now it is not even possible. So let's go to, let's see, we're in LA. Yeah, I should have just followed the link in my own description. Listen, A map of Cal. Sorry. Oh, I should put it on a. Whoops. What's that? Sorry. This is an old tab. I shouldn't even be there. Which camera is now giving us a good view of the post? Let's take a look. If we get an update, friends, on the Hesperia, please do let me know. It's just like I don't think anybody is listening. There was not a lot of chatter on its scanner radio. Not a lot of people driving out there. Okay. Which one of these cameras is not rotating? We'll actually check out fire. This is one we already saw, Ball Mountain. The last hour post and a lot of hills in between us. I'm getting a migraine. Let me too much white stuff on the screen. Let's I'm gonna turn orange because I can't. Sorry, the webcam's dying, and so when I try to adjust skin tone after adjusting light temperature, it doesn't work. But I'm gonna make my bulb strawberry or orange or something, so I don't get migraine that happens with white screens. I don't care if I'm a Smurf or an Oompa Loompa right now. I'm not gonna do it. All right, LA County. LA County. LAPD, nope. We need Fire V1. LA County Fire V1. Now, I have not renewed the pro version of Broadcastify. The laptop is a higher priority. Sorry, there's going to be an ad. Let me mute it. I'll listen to it. Unlike the situation with the laptop a couple hours ago, I've got multiple screens here. Much better control. There's a hum. I crank it down real low. There's no ad. Okay. Hopefully, when they do begin squawking, it isn't going to be terribly loud. Okay. So we are now listening to LA. And there's usually not a lot of radio chatter at night. No news is good news in a way. But, okay. Castify window, bear with me. And it's all question and answer time, especially when it gets all slow. And you could say, how you doing? And all that. So is there anything new on the fire in Castaic? It's north of it. We're hoping it doesn't reach to Castaic. You know why I have a job here and I can't retire? They said, whoops, there never was an evacuation warning or order for Castaic. Whoopsie daisy. Hey, thanks, broke. How are you doing? I've had a trouble 24 hours, as you could see. Yeah, broke wrangles Discord better than a lot of people. But when we had 30,000 people in chat during Caldor, can you imagine the amount of mods we need for Discord? Oh, here's another thing about Discord that is a scandal. It's so full of Swiss cheese holes with its security that people are getting their accounts hacked and then their computers hacked very easily by new people joining servers and then saying, click this link. And then it goes to malware, jumps on their PC, and I can't police that. And Discord doesn't. There will be strangers. I will not know any of these people who want to join. And the malware and the files and the other things Sometimes people can do everything completely right, and their account's hijacked, and they get locked out of it, and they can't log in one day, and so they're locked out of the. Why can't I post anymore? And what their own. It's kind of like the Facebook thing where people make a duplicate account. Have you ever had somebody you've known your entire life, like your own mom, try to friend you on Facebook? It's like we've been friends for 9 years, but I better click yes, right? It looks like her account. It's just a duplicate, and they stole her picture. And then they want to get you to click a link in a private message. Of course, it's malware. It's going to hijack your computer. It's going to give you a payload of Trojans and all kinds of bad things. That's why they do it. So one, you can do everything right, but Discord's security flaws are so terrible that you'll just find yourself locked out one day, and then the other people don't know that, and the people on the server don't know that. So I already had one of my mods on YouTube hacked. She started banning people that donated money. Stealth. Just then all of a sudden it was kind of obvious. And I kind of caught it happening and went, what the hell? And I called her up on the phone, like, why are you doing this? Doing what? I'm not even home. I'm on vacation. I'm like, wait, you're not moderating Firestream right now? No? You got hacked. People with no life, just bad actors, just evil. Just do evil to be evil. I remember they had a giant Zoom meeting for the Dixie Fire, I believe, and they didn't know what they were doing. The Cal Fire or government or whatever agency, maybe the Forest Service, just didn't know what they were doing, and allowed everybody who joined to have their microphone open. So there was like 2,300 people or something in there. It was ridiculous. And you heard dishwashers going, babies crying, couples arguing in the kitchen, people cooking, people doing their laundry. It was bad enough, but then the bad actors came in and started screaming racial and bad words. Just young, stupid kids, you know. I want to have better images. The good cameras are rotating. I want. Geez. Okay, let's look. Let's look at satellites again for a sec. Let's put on the heat, the wind. Wind's looking less horrible. We still got the swirly bob effect, and we still got red detections. But what lake is that? What lake is that? Pyramid. Okay. I don't know the difference between Pyramid and Castaic. Castaic's further down. Yeah. So I'm not aware of any sort of current worry about Castaic, but the wind is still going that direction. So unless some super plan works where they can get forward progress stopped, it's next in line. Let's see where the structures are. Now, guys, what was funny is when I first started streaming, when I had the not so good computer, it was good for its day, but it was terribly old. It was a 2016 computer that I was, 2012 era computer that was stellar in 2012, but not stellar in, in 2020. When I had Caltopo open like this and hit the structures button, Caltopo is dumb. It's dumb as a box of rocks. It just obeys you. So if you're in the middle of nowhere and you hit the structure button, it puts an orange square where every structure is on a map. Well, if you go to like the one of the world's most dense areas like this, and you zoom out this much and you hit the structures button, it would crash. Stream freezes. My voice goes because it tried to put millions of orange squares on the browser screen at the same time. Bless his little heart. Even though you couldn't visually discern like separate squares, it was just like a giant orange blob. So a smart program would just make one orange square. and as you zoomed, it would maybe redraw a square that's more shapely, right? But I'm so proud that we can do this now. Bam! I did it. Watch. Is he gonna do it? Might take a while. Might, or maybe he fixed the program. It seems like a one-man labor of love, unless he sold Caltopa. You have to zoom in. I'm baffled. I hit structures. We're not crashing. It's also not dry. There we go. I don't know if I just have a supercomputer or if he's changed the way this draws. You see what I'm saying? But see how smooth this is. I can handle this. Do not try this at home with your normal computer. I got a Ryzen 9 5900X, baby, 32 gigs of RAM. It's DDR4, but don't judge. Should have gotten 64 just for the bragging rights, but that's vanity. That's vanity. I can just do this without a mushroom cloud coming out of the PC's tower over there. I wish I could show it to you guys. It has a glass case, and I make it do a lot of colors. So here's my big problem. Fires will travel until something stops them. That's just the way it works. So what we have to figure out is tomorrow going to be okay? What's going to stop it? I don't know. Because what you would want to see is a T crossing this line. It's wind aligned with a canyon. Wind direction going the same direction as the canyon, accelerates it, like sticking your finger through the hose. Is there going to be torrential rain? Like weather could stop fire. Is it going to run into a impassable object that can't burn like the Pacific Ocean? No, not really. The lake is not going to stop it. It's not big enough. Do we have any roads that would cross that T that could stop it? Nope, because it's a canyon. That's not going to work. They could lay a retardant on ridge tops, but do they have a lot of fire access? Do they have roads where they can go up here and prepare the area and have lots and lots of fire engines with water tanks ready? We're ready for it. We will stop it as it comes up this hill, and then psh, nope, no fire access roads. Let's turn on satellite again. That's a whole lot of stuff that burns and no way to get to it with water, and not a lot of water. What's that? And mysterious stuff that I would love to hike to, like they do on YouTube. Like, what is that? Is it just a regular boulder, or is it like, historical ruin? Entrance to the underworld? You don't know, right? Old cattle ranch, something, or outcrop and other gold mines here. So we've got like a road or trail or something or gully wash, not a good access. So death trap for smoke jumpers would not be ethical to put them there. So what else is going to stop the fire? So it's not it's not going to be roads. At some point, will it run out of fuel? They could get ahead of the fire and light fires ahead of the fire if the wind calmed the heck down, so that when the main fire comes, there's nothing to burn. It reaches black, right? That's a Hail Mary pass, but it can be done. But you have to have something like a road, like if you have to space between roads, so you can light the space in between roads. I'll see that being an option. So what else is going to stop it? Could the airplanes lay down, like cross the T with retardant here? Retardant's a speed bump. That's it. And the windier it is, more likely that burning embers will just sail right over it, skip right over their heads. Is there any point where it's just like bare rock? This kind of looks like a mine, actually. Um, without 3 dimensions, it kind of looks, oh, could be a floodplain. Yeah. I have locals who can help me out with this a lot. SoCal says there's some old silver and gold mines there. Yeah. Many have been filled with concrete so people can't get stuck in them. I used to go in them when I was a kid. Oh, that's cool. I mean, not cool that you went in them, but it's cool they're, yeah. Yeah, Cynthia Fire says, uh, yeah, Wildcat, what were you asking me about? And hey, Saltram, how you doing? Man, I would love to explore mines. History was what I wanted to document before it disappears, and abandoned places and old timers' tales and stuff. This looks like a lot of tailings, almost like hydro mining occurred at some point. Tailings are like when they have a mine and just the dump the waste, what they consider waste, out of the tunnels, and it looks a lot like a landslide. Sometimes things are a landslide, so if you go to the historical map, like when I research abandoned places, you could flip historical maps on. Sometimes the old mines just kind of show up. I usually have to get a lot deeper into old maps. I mean, there's like 2 eras to choose from in Caltopo, whereas you could download a whole bunch from U.S. Geological Survey, Gold Hill, U.S. Geological Survey, and the like, and it's a possibility right there. Could be a spring though, and maybe like cattle shelter, little ancient ranch. Hard to say. Um, usually when there's trails to a really steep location, that's what dotted lines are. That's a mine right there. So then you'd flip Google imagery. Yep. Does it look like a landslide? Uh-huh. So the entrance was somewhere right here. They dumped stuff right there. The mine. Then you can go into Dogami and other databases, cross-reference the geolocation, but people don't go to the elaborate expense of putting little mule trails and stuff to the middle of nowhere. And, it's kind of a shame. Gold mines have saved lives before where people run away from wildfires, and one right here as well. Sometimes it's actually the same mine, and these are the 2 adits, the 2 entrances, because the vein ran through the mountain right here across. You think of veins being like inside of a mountain. They actually are running through the ground. Like take your hand, and you see how your vein is going. Well, the back of my hand at least. See the blue vein because I'm very pale. Shut up. And the vein goes towards the fingertips, right? And like your palm of your hand area is a region, and in between your fingers is the canyons, right? And so the veins of gold, they're just traveling. And see where your knuckles are, like mountain peak. They'll go right past one knuckle and then down that finger, right? So here's a mountain peak like a knuckle. So they'll follow that vein, of course. So they just go to the other side and still have another entrance. It's good to have a lot of entrances and exits. Not die in there and have A, get all the gold out that you possibly can, and B, ventilation, et cetera, et cetera. So different companies sometimes laid claim in different parts of canyons, and it's to the same vein, and so they would just drill a whole bunch of, like U.S. Geological Survey, for example, would be called in, and others to drill and find it, and then draw the boundary marker between the flames. So there's something to be said about tunnels into hillsides. You don't have to go back very far. You're perfectly safe from a wildfire in there. As long as the embers don't go in there and it has like a timber, like wooden supports for the roof, that'll suck. Those can catch fire. Like, but most mines eventually fill with water, and they've got water kind of coming out. You could do your best to keep it moist. But depending on the airflow, mines can have fire, but mostly they have to start from deep in. But the concept remains. A lot of these death trap neighborhoods that California approves of building, where there's one road out that leads to one road out that leads to one road out, and if everybody evacuates at once, it takes 7 hours to go 2 miles. They should, instead of bulldozing the neighborhood, they should just think about, maybe we should make an artificial tunnel as a fire shelter. Put a little door on it. It's almost like a hobbit home, inside. It's more intelligent than telling people, run for your life. Most people die in their cars. And it's not only an unreasonable expectation to tell people that your car is going to save you. We're still listening to the radio, right? Yeah. You heard a peep out of it? It's not my own dial. 20 minutes of silence. We're still on LA County Fire V1. Satellite just came around 3 minutes ago. We still have a lot of active stuff right there. So come on, cams. Whitaker Ridge. Which direction is it facing? Okay, the other one. Whitaker Ridge 1. No, that's the wrong way. Don't look at Castaic. Look up the canyon. What's wrong with you? Okay, Middle Peak is vaguely looking the correct way. It's not focused and it's in pano mode. Okay. We can't hear. We're not completely deaf, dumb, and blind, but not much better. Let's look at the Twitter. Are they having official tweets on this? I got it. Okay, it says, are you saying someone... There's a stupid heart for what your thing is. Oh, heck, I was explaining how we can't just set up Discord. I'm sorry, Wildcat. I did not mean to let 8 minutes go by. I just didn't see that. Discord would be perfect for connecting fire-affected people to each other, where they can go into their own space, share their own phone numbers. There's so many kind-hearted people that say, I have a room in my barn for 8 evacuated horses, or, I have an empty timeshare. Somebody can have it. And I want to connect people to each other, and they can't do it through my email. I do not have the time. And they can't put their emails or their phone numbers in the chat. It's not a good idea. So I want, in Discord, you can make your own private room to talk in. And you can share links. So like, hey, check out this map. It's great. It's better than the evacuation map. I hand drew it or whatever. It's, you know what I mean? And then check out my personal photo. Is this your horse? And that doesn't need to be like when 30,000 people are, like with Tahoe situation, chat's going to fly by. That is not appropriate for those private conversations to be in YouTube. So I wanted to make what Discord does. It's a program. Brokefish has made a mini version of the grand version I wanted to do, where the fires are on the left. It says, post fire. It says Hesperia fire. It says blue fire and purple fire and green fire. And the people who are affected get permission to go in there, talk to each other. And once they're in there, there's like a main page, and they say hi, and they introduce themselves. I have space at my ranch. Who has a horse? Then they know, and you right click that person and you private message them, right? Then they talk to each other. They can do private text, free, private voice room, free. It's all free. And share little files, like little pictures like, is this your horse? I found a horse. Who has a donkey? I found one wandering. That sort of thing. Is anybody still behind in X, Y, or Z neighborhood? Could you please check on get my cat? Check on my cat. Those kind of concerns. And I can't reach my grandfather. Could somebody knock on his door? That's all very important. And then the locals there can upload their own photos, and then I can show them and show people what's really going on. It could be anonymous. Doesn't matter. And this is great. Discord does that, but it's the stupidest to use interface I've ever seen in my life. And even if it was easy to learn, which is not. I mean, I build computers for a living is what I used to do. Semi-casually, but I did a good job of it. I find it difficult to remember what the hell, difficult enough to remember what buttons to push to give instructions to others off the top of my head. I have to just kind of do it myself and then describe what I'm doing. The problem is that the interface doesn't look the same all the time. It changes. There's too many options, and somebody misclicks something and it looks completely different than it did a second ago. So I at first just thought it's too difficult. I just pulled my hair out with like my elderly father, even mods, people like getting C Probe and John Stoker together. They're tech savvy and they're good, and they use computers every day. And we use Discord to watch movies together from 3 different states, and I'll laugh at the same time. Comedy shows, whatever, and people can live show their own screen and like show their own videos privately or publicly. Like we can all tune in, say somebody's on the scene off their back porch. Let's watch. They're live on Discord. And I can show that window and boom, this would be beautiful, right? But Discord is full of security holes. So bad, they've known about it for years. It's one of the number one ways that scam artists and bots and malware peddlers are not only taking over people's Discord accounts, but their entire PCs. And you can do everything right. It's just that secure, that program is not secure. It is Swiss cheese. It is a screen door on a submarine. So you're only safe if somebody doesn't target you. I'm only safe on Discord because I don't make friends or allow anybody to message me at all unless I personally know them. That's it. Hey Jerry, how you doing? I'm frustrated. The good camera views have disappeared. Scanner radio is silent. Yeah, and a lot of it is really adult inappropriate, pornographic, and so if I set up this elaborate Discord thing, I would be opening up my own account. Of course, I'd make a second one just for Firestream, right? I would be the head honcho. I would be the person at the very top of the pyramid of hierarchy, right? I would be the biggest target because I would have the ability to message anybody on my server. You have to be invited. I'd have moderators who were below me in the chain of command. They would have people below them in the chain of command. The oldest moderators with the most trust on the very top. It's like the military, chain of command and rank. And the nice thing about Discord is you can clearly make people's names have different colors. Like Broke is totally trusted. I'd hand him the keys to my front door and go on vacation, you know. So he would be a high rank. I could make him pink or whatever. I could give him, obvious bling, like military patches, and I would have the brightest, boldest color. It's like gold or something, right? So the people who are the newest and the people who are we don't know, like they say, oh, I'm involved in the post fire. We wouldn't trust them yet, so we would give them the basic access where they can look at stuff, but they can't post stuff yet until they've been a member for a couple of days. We could figure out they're not bots, right? Um, then they'd earn the trust, right? Um, but here's the thing: I am at the top. I am the person who can private message anybody else. I would block total new people from being able to private message others because if they spread a malicious link, one click and somebody gets malware. Hey, they're crazy. How you doing? Glad to see you here. Yeah, isn't it a small world? Yeah, I'm back at work. I've been awake a long time. We look at this. California is ablaze. It's a lot like a bushfire. No, don't go unavailable. That's my really cool. No, that's my really cool time lapse. What happened? Oh yeah. Okay, look at this. Woo. Yeah, so I met the Crazy Willie on Discord. Okay, we were just talking about it. I want to make a fire Discord for people, but I'm very concerned I would be targeted. We had 30,000 people in here. That it shocked the heck out of me. During when Tahoe was evacuated in 2021, and the chaos in this chat was incredible on YouTube. But can you imagine another big city evacuation event like that? Tahoe is actually not that big. Yeah, this is high winds all night. There was even the local fire department almost burned down. This may have been caused by a vehicle fire. We're not sure, but it's in Southern California in the scrub, dry hills. It's been triple-digit temperatures. It's been or 40 degrees Celsius, right? And extremely low humidity. It is the desert. It's desert hills with that. We can see some of the pictures actually. Let's go. There's another one in San Bernardino County. If you zoom out, you can kind of get oriented. The post fire is started in one of the worst places possible. The wind is blowing south. It's accelerating through these canyons. This is when it exploded after midnight. I was caught unawares. I don't have a laptop, so I went to a relative's house, and then my mom met me there. We were all just going to hang out as relatives, right? And they gave me a very email-oriented a weak laptop, right? Yeah, the wind's been insane. So this is how it began. Cars in the parking lot near the McDonald's melted down immediately. Like it just spread that fast. So you could see how steep the hills are. There's almost no roads. The only thing that's ever really existed up there is gold mines and cattle ranches and illegal activity, maybe. But I mean, there's not even enough water to grow anything you could sell. So, yeah, there you go, Cynthia. Well, I'm not intimidated by learning it. We may have to do it. I I'm worried about this. I'm worried about the destruction of my reputation and being banned from Discord, and not because I did anything. I will be the one who is the biggest target of all of the bots, malware, scams. If they get access to my account, they impersonate me. So what if It's going great for a month, and I'm connecting fire victims to each other and fire affected people. Everything's going great. I wake up one day, get my coffee. I can't log into Discord. It says your account does not exist. And I go, what? And it turns out that somebody in the middle of the night got on pretending to be me and said, everybody, there's a new fire and there's a link. Everybody clicked it. They trusted me. Hey, you're very welcome, Oscar Reyes, and welcome back. And it's open question and answer time because we're listening to the scanner radio. It's not active. I hear the static. It's 33 minutes of silence. They may have all gone to tactical channels. They had some amazing helicopters dropping water in the middle of the night. Normally, that would kill a fire. There's a rule in firefighting for wild stuff. It started as a forest fire rule, but if you can stop the forward progress and get a handle, like sort of ring it as best you can by noon the next day, that is your best chance of success, and usually you win. And fires usually weaken at night, so that's your rush. You have to rush to deploy people at night, and in the past, it couldn't do much at night except just arrive and be ready to work in the morning. But the humidity is so low and the winds are so high, it acted last night at midnight as if it was noon. I got a real sick feeling. So we were just discussing a bit ago before we got on the Discord thing. Said I could set up two-factor authentication, login, and post, and this would stop events from happening on Discord. I found out the Discord has a lot of security holes. A lot. I could do everything right, and still that would help a lot. It would just be a matter of time, like how determined is somebody. So like 30,000 people is the first couple of years, 2020, 2021, an average of 16,000 people for the worst nights was an average. 30 was the max. And I had a lot more subscribers. They just didn't want to know about fires after that. You know, a lot of them unsubbed. Then it's like a roller coaster. But if somebody gets my account and says, everybody, there's a new fire, here's a link. Can you imagine guaranteeing a malware payload to like an audience of 30,000 that everybody trusts? And do you think my reputation would ever recover? Especially if it went directly to a porn site that then loaded malware on everybody's. That's a lot to explain to the public, you know? So we could do a hybrid. We could just allow the mods in Discord, people I absolutely trust, and that ruins what I want to accomplish. I want to connect people so that they can talk to each other. Yeah, Twitch and Twitter. Twitch is similar to YouTube. It's hard to police, and it's hard to get people to be mature and not emote spam. I love emote spam when it's fun, but we had to tell everybody, stop chatting, please, because during the Caldor fire at Tahoe, the chat went by a million miles an hour, and I couldn't read anything. I was like, wait, stop, please. Only say something if it's extremely important, or we have to time you out or ban you. It was chaos. It was just, it was like a machine gun fire of chat. Let's go back and see if the cams are providing us with anything proper. They have rotated, and I'm not in control of them. I should be. I'd be good with the cams. Some people do have access to them. Like, this was around 11 o'clock, 2200 hours. But it didn't die down, and we realized this was going to get bad. And then there was so much light that the cameras went after midnight into color mode because it thought it was daytime. And they did not stop the normal traffic of I-5. I just can't believe it. It's like our Autobahn, but it's slow. Yeah, I'm very anguished about this, Crazy Willie. If you got ideas, I'd so love to hear them. Like we're Discord friends, 'cause I trust you. You're cool. But I've looked into Circle. It looks very good. It's also $1,500 a month. It's like for growing your company, like if you're an influencer, and I'm sure that works for Kardashians. I have no idea um, how I'd get come up with that. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I miss playing games with you, man. That would be so fun. You're awesome. Go ahead. I want to promote your channel. Are you active on Twitch? I haven't been very much. Do you want me to link to you? Because a lot of times people want to relax. Twitch is generally a good place for people. Oh my gosh, look at that helicopter. That's a Chinook right there. They did nighttime drops of water. We couldn't see them clearly on the cams because they're like a one shot every minute. We saw them a couple of times. Mm. Ah, my throat's ragged. But yeah, the Crazy Willie does cool stuff on Twitch, which is the like YouTube for gaming. And the Hernandez fire is 20% contained. Thank you, Wildcat. That's some good news. Oh yes, I'm sorry. What I was originally, I was going through the checklist of what is our outlook for this fire. Like, is it going to reach Castaic? Distance does not protect you from a wildfire. It's something has to stop a wildfire, so it's got to reach terrain that's impassable, like stone cliffs, right? No, okay, too crazy. Well, just if you change your mind, you got a good show. And man, I need to unwind a lot. This can be quite stressful. Somebody was airlifted with burns today, and they had to stop or reroute the not really stop, but reroute the airplanes to allow the burn victim to get evacuated in a helicopter. At least it was fast, but it broke my heart. Northern California had some serious fires too. They pounced on them, but my big concern is this because we have such a terrible windy day. Red flag, the pink is red flag weather. Dry as a bone, your lips split, your knuckles crack, you're in an oven, and it's hot and windy weather. You know, like Australia. Hey, Irvin, thanks for coming back. It's like the outback. It's Perth kind of weather, right? I think Perth is the outback, right? Is Perth like a desert? Okay. Either that or one of your gold towns. Um, and the firefighters somehow work in this. They're superheroes. I get tired in my easy chair with the air conditioning on, just when smoke goes past the window, and they power through it. It's just incredible. So what I'm concerned about is the amount of fires happening at once, just because it's the state the size of Italy. People get excited and they go, "Why do all the bad fires start on the same day?" And I'm like, "Well, that's because in California, in every single county, little fires are starting all the time. Every one of them starts small, for the most part. Okay, not everyone. Sometimes a tanker truck explodes. Perth is pretty deserty. Okay, all right. Yeah, I think I knew that. So, okay, but 99% of them are the just the roadside accidents, the spark from random stuff, the people edging and mowing, and they hit the rock, and somebody working in their garage, they have the old mower and they haven't used it in a long time, and they start, they yank on the cord. Why isn't this thing running? And they open up the gas cap for a second. They don't realize the fumes. Maybe they don't tighten it enough. They yank that cord, and then bang, they get that whoosh, and they no longer have eyebrows, and also their shed is on fire now. The grass, and because they can't put out the lawnmower, and then next to the lawnmower is the empty tank. Yeah, it's stuff like that. Somebody working on their car. My dad had extreme electrical burns trying to install a horn for my half brother when he was 16 years old. Rest in peace. A classic car. So my half brother was, a 15 or 16-year-old and got excited and connected some wires, electrified them, and my dad saw them. The Let's go back to a live cam. Saw the insulation start to burn off the wires. This is live. This last 15 minutes. We just don't have good, clear vision of this. The wind seems to go straight down, and when it got nuts around midnight, I couldn't believe it, but it said 65 mile an hour. It's true though. It can routinely happen in these spots. So to put that in perspective, 75 miles an hour is a Category 1 hurricane, I believe, or F1 tornado. But that would be constant. But the way a lot of wind gusts work here is it's not like whoosh, dead, whoosh, dead. It's more like it's dead for a bit. 20 minutes goes by. It's kind of just this light wind breeze. And then all the grass lays down flat and trees bend and they're just all being pushed by something. It's like an invisible hand is just like shoving air, like a giant hand on the landscape. And it'll go nuts for like 20 minutes. And then that's what kills, firefighters or civilians just think it's not that bad right now, but it just comes out of nowhere. And maybe it'll die down again, but it'll make incredible runs of distance and just shock everyone. And you can't predict it. So it's not quite as bad as wintertime. Wintertime is worse. The Santa Anas come out of the deserts, and they're almost like a constant wind. They're like they resemble more of a hurricane than a windstorm. The jet stream is pushing the desert air out of Nevada. It's dry as a bone, extremely high pressure, extremely high speed, and it roller coasters over our mountains and plunges over the other side. And the wind that goes in the canyons goes even faster, like sticking your finger in the garden hose. And there's so much pressure in the valley, but California is surrounded by mountains. It can't exit. It can't go back to Nevada. So these are seasonal winds because the jet stream will change occasionally and do this weirdness in the October through January months. But because it's, you see how the valley is here, so it fills up the valley. These winds just go push into the valley. They can only go escape mostly towards San Francisco and Santa Ana down here by LA. So that's why they call them Santa Ana winds. In the north, they're called Diablo winds. It's the same difference. They're basically caused by the same thing. They often are running at the same time. This is our big problem, is like tomorrow, and we're not dealing with Santa Anas, it's the wrong season. But we still have deserty hot winds coming out of Nevada. And north of California is the desert of Oregon. You see the green spot of Western Oregon and all that coastal, yay, Let's put the global imagery in there. See the color difference. That's the reality, Little white spots and volcanoes. Even if you kept your grass and lawn and plants completely green and soaked all the time and lush, the winds are so fierce and so dry. After about an hour, everything is wilted as if you took one of those dehydrated flowers that become a bookmark. It's incredible what it does. You could jump out of a swimming pool. You don't need a towel. Just hold your arms out. You're dry in a second or two. It's eerie, but that's the way it works. So, in the summertime, it's unusual to get extremely high winds for days and days on end, but here we are. And it's going to be a rough weekend. So let's return to the logical thinking. How bad could these fires get? Is it going to go to Castaic? Castaic Lake is next in the target. Mixed in the sites. They haven't issued warnings. I could tell they have not. They did an accidental one, which is funny, on Twitter. This is why I have a job. They have watch duty is not a government thing. It's volunteer. And every single county and every agency, like the sheriff's office of such and such county, the Office of Emergency Management in that county, and this is a fire in between three counties. Ventura is right here. Kern County is right up there. LA County is there. But you see this line right here? Two different counties. So these counties use different evacuation maps. So you get like in Ventura County. And it looks like LA County is fine because that map doesn't have LA County on it because LA County didn't pay the money, right? LA County made a contract with the other app, and so you have to have multiple tabs open. That's why I have literally 138 tabs open when all of California is on fire. Because how many counties are there? I don't even know anymore. I used to be able to name them. You have to in order to graduate fourth grade. I'm a bad Californian. I had a little bit of trouble reciting the Bay Area counties. There's 12. It's at least 37. Amador, Modoc, Alpine? Is that a county? Okay, Amador, Modoc, Alpine, Tehama, Butte, Yuba, Shasta, 6. Humboldt, groovy, man. Okay, anyway, I'm actually, let's go back on task. What is going to stop this fire? Impassable terrain? Nope. No cliffs, no sheer rock walls. Oceans? Nope. Let's go and due south. What's going to stop it from reaching the neighborhoods down here by Castaic Lake? Any roads that cross the T? Now they'd have to make them immediately, and they can't. It's too mountainous. Retardant drops. That's a speed bump because when the retardant drop dries out, it'll last several days and then quit. And the drier it is, the less effective it is. I cannot believe we have heard nothing on the radio. Is there something wrong? 50 minutes and 12 seconds with no radio. It's 166 listeners. Once I was embarrassingly, there's a dial here on my left side of my headset, and I wish they'd change it to the top of the headset. If I have a high color, it'll turn the dial and turn my volume down so I can't hear it, but I can't redesign this headset. So, okay, passable terrain, nope. Huge lake, nope. That's not going to stop it. Torrential rain, nope. Any other kind of weather, nope. Roads that could be enhanced as fire breaks, nope. So what else can stop a fire? Can it run out of fuel? I was trying to figure that out, but it fat chance of that. What's green during the tide? The satellite must have come in winter. You could see like bits of snow and stuff. Yes, LA County has snow. It does. It has ski resorts. It's weird, but yeah. Higher altitude stuff. Everything that's green now, it's completely brown during the summer. So, wish it could snow, but it's June. So weather, no. Wind change, wind direction change. It'd have to reverse and be very, very powerful to prevent the fire from moving the way it wants to towards Castaic. You know, in these deserty environments, that's the greatest gift from God. And it's the greatest gift from God because if it moves back on itself, it'll finish burning what little fuel there is. This is not like thick forest. These are fuels that are burn hot, but they pithy away. They're just bushes for the most part. Unless I'm wrong, friends. Just looks like, oh God, I'm wrong. Okay. There's some trees, some serious trees. I'm wrong. Oh, okay. So, even if the winds reverse, he would still be alive for a time, chewing to the trees. Now, the trees may just be by the creek for the most part. But there's a lot of them, unfortunately. So, okay. Actually, no, they're in little sections. Okay, that's still a lot of fuel. Lots of pockets of fuel. The trees are high up in altitude. You don't want that because the embers can travel long distance. So a reversal of wind direction would be a blessing. It would buy them a lot of time. The time to do what? There's not enough water here to, and it's too big already to. That's an old mine right there, if I ever saw one. There's not roads for the water trucks to transport it. There's not enough wells to gather it. See, you got your dam and you got your lake, but where are the roads? It's too steep for many roads to ever exist here, and there's just no towns except in the canyon. They cannot safely light fires in front of it because the wind's still too fierce right now to, like, make it run into just bare black. It's also on each side of the canyon. That is extremely complicating the matters. So I'm running through my head. What can they do? Their options are so limited. I think what I'd be calling for, and I'm not an expert by any means, is prepare individual structures and wait and just let the landscape burn up. I don't know that they can do anything else, and pray for some rain. But it doesn't rain in summer of California in the South. It doesn't. It barely rains in California at all, unless it's flood zone, flood year. That's usually El Nino and atmospheric river stuff coming from Hawaii. But those are little events, and then you get like 2 months where it just doesn't rain. 3 months can go by, water has not fallen out of the sky. It's not normal. Most of California's water comes from snowpack, and then they try to collect it in reservoir, and then they ship it around in canals. But that's the vast majority of California's water. So it has every potential to get down to Castaic, unless there's already burned up landscape I'm not aware of. Okay. How long ago was the last fire? Here's the last fire history. It's a bit messy. 2006. We're in the footprint of a 2006 day fire and perhaps 2019 Oak Flat fire, which looks like it's way over there. This deep red one, the Thomas fire, the crazy, insane Thomas fire. That was a record-book one, and I believe that started by stupidity. It's just extreme winds. Was that a Santa Ana event? It might have been. All right, so the more recent fires would be red. Castaic Lake did have that little one, 2022, I covered, and a very tiny one on this peninsula last year. I remember this spot right here. It was like a boat ramp fire, but it was insane. And they used the lake water. perfect. Charlie fire, there's the thing is about the kind of thing that's on fire, the bushes, oily bushes, they grow back so fast. They just pop back up like weeds because they basically are weeds. Um, shoot. Uh, these neighborhoods, friends. I want to puke. This is stupidity at work. This is a death trap neighborhood. Do you notice that the all of these houses are right next to each other? So if one is on fire, the other one is too. It's ridiculous. It's terraced. There's vegetation on the slope, so the fire can race up it. The entire neighborhood can't fit in these swimming pools to live. What if everybody had to go really fast? Because this fire just at midnight just moved lightning fast. Where is everybody going to go? There's no exit there. It's down to the main freeway. That's a very good means of egress. It's a freeway. There's only one way to get there for every single one of these households. It all dead ends into one stupid road right here. That's it. And this one is no better because this entire death trap neighborhood only goes to the same one stupid road. How wide is that? It's 2 lanes. It's 2 lanes to get on I-5. Okay. So, this shouldn't be allowed to exist. You're setting people up to be killed. You can't escape a fire uphill ever, and the uphill is to the left. So, this is why we were talking about gold mines as a fire shelter. It's irrational because the fires on both sides of the canyon. These neighborhoods too are all going to try to get on I-5. This is not possible. California used to have better codes. You could not build houses next to each other like that. People used to have something called a yard. It's convenient in a way. If you run out of toilet paper, you just lean out the window and tap on your neighbor's window and say, "Dude, Charlie, got some TP? I'll spot you later." And they'll just hand it right to you. Yeah, it is FUBAR, Nick. Anybody with one half of a brain cell that spasms occasionally and only functions when jolted by electricity could still reason that this is not wise. So, but when you hear about California fires, they're not looking at it from the sky. You're just seeing some homes in the neighborhood burn, and then they go, "Oh, gee, I don't know why this happened. Is it global warming or something?" California's right here has been a desert for a long time, probably since 11,000 years ago, when the glaciers melted, and then it turned very arid. The glacier melt carved the canyons for the most part. I mean, there's some seismic stuff too, but you get the point. And so the firefighters can't defend this. There's too many houses for the water pressure. Even if, like, can you imagine how big the pipes under the streets had to be for you to, so like the fire's coming for the whole neighborhood, to wet down every house? It's not possible. It would take so much time to do each one that they would be dry by the time you came back. So there is no possible way to defend a home. And then they go, well, gosh, was it space lasers, global warming, or climate change, or something? Well, not rocket science, really. Just don't allow this. The Castaic Lake. Could drain it dry, and it's be a nightmare to defend. And you have, and the firefighters have to go in there and they have to try because nobody's getting out. Um, Water heater after water heater exploding. Yeah. Irvin says, "Do you think the fire season Cali is going to go nuts prior to the winter one?" Oh God, people hate it when I speculate on anything. People hate it when I go live. I'm the harbinger of death, uh, as a joke, and I don't know how to feel about that. I want to be the harbinger of hope, guys. There is hope. Put an end to this. Just don't allow this. But California has a big history of corruption catering to developers. California gets a lot of money from developers. There is a LA County. Oh gosh, the corruption about water and growth, right? It has not enough water. So if you watch, oh God, it's alive. My heart, my heart. All right, I'm cranking that way down. A lot of this didn't happen in the past because it wasn't allowed. But if you have this wasteland, there's not even gold mines anymore operating. A county rubs its greedy little palms together if they could build a dam and then let developers do this. These developers are cold, snaky lizard people. They know that this is not gonna end well. Every wildfire season, the dice is rolling for the survival of the neighborhood. It's not good odds every single time.
Division Alpha from operations. Do you guys tie that piece in?
Talking about the post fire. I hope they elaborate on what they're talking about. Yeah, sprawl. Completely out of hand.
Still working on it. Copy that.
Okay, in the era of climate change, you can't do this. I mean, even if climate wasn't changing, it was just the way it is. It's a desert. You don't do this. There's the lake. There's the safety. High rises. Yay. Towers. You could defend that. It's a great place to go. And people would be sipping their morning coffee and watching an amazing. Wouldn't it be cool if this was just fun to watch? We're only horrified because there's stuff in the way. Humans' lives, property, history, lives, dreams, neighborhoods, trauma, But this is what's supposed to happen. The fires are supposed to be caused by lightning, and it's a desert. It's part of the ecology. I mean, what's not supposed to happen is the invasive weed stuff that we introduced. But you know what I'm saying. From safety, just looking out of your really cool, luxurious condo tower thing, wouldn't it be neat to just watch wildfires roll over the landscape and just be unconcerned? No billions of dollars being spent. Well, nature is pretty. The more frequently they happen, the less fierce they would be. And they just come and go like the night and be pretty. I mean, they are pretty as long as they're not gigantic. You don't have to spend any money. I mean, just a little bit of money that, like the Indians did. They were smart. They didn't let a fire load build up. They just didn't let 12 years go by without a fire because you see what that does. That fire load is enormous. With the wind going, like the more wind a fire has, the more oxygen airflow, the faster it burns up. Anybody who owns a stove can tell you that. I mean, it's a little bit, it's pretty. smoke sucks and everything. But like I said, as long as you just make sure there's a yearly burn off and a little bit at a time, it doesn't get overwhelming. It goes out to sea if you time it right. It's natural. It's part of ecology. It fertilizes the land. Blah 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 blah. The only reason it's a tragedy and it's a panic is we're stupid. We caused that. We for some reason don't build shelters for obvious threat, and then we tell people you're on your own, run for your lives, and then we don't give them an avenue of escape that is worth a damn. Criminal stupidity. Hey, Cynthia, we don't know. This 3 different counties have responded to the post because it began in the corner of Ventura, Kern, and LA. So it spilled for sure into Ventura. The winds are blowing out of the north, and so it only if they change will it cross into Kern, but it's right there. So Kern responded. It's all mutual aid, and by God they need that. We just need public awareness and to push for some legislation. It's such an environmental catastrophe. It's all of the wood that went to making the houses, all the plastic products, the asphalt, the environmental destruction went for one that. I mean, it's not that bad. There's a lot of the environment still left. This is not particularly. I'm not familiar with it being a rare habitat. It's pretty typical for the American West and Southwest. But these houses have their days numbered. And that is one hell of a gigantic waste. All the copper wiring, all the plastic that went into everything, the vinyl siding, the vinyl this, the yeah, 100% waste. So we are wasting millions and billions. All of our health as California is suffering because the original flame retardants that they dumped all over California were dioxin and PFAS. Doesn't get much more toxic than that. Agent Orange related. And even when they tried to phase that out, the PFAS, what everybody can't pronounce, but the forever chemicals, they're in the bloodstream of like every Californian they test. So the well waters beeped beyond trillions of cleanup. I mean, most of the water sources of California are now really messed up. And I just don't see how people sleep at night. Would you tuck somebody into bed and then pour gasoline on the floor on your way out and then shut the door and say night night? This is what it is. Elderly people are here, defenseless. Aircraft are a thin little white line between life and death. And LA County got not things to say about it. Not a lot. That's good. This Castaic, by the way, friend. Not only do they have fire disasters, they have water disasters. LA County doesn't have enough water to grow. Period. And so they kind of knew that in the 1910s and 20s. They had enough for their orchards. That's what should be there. It's called Orange County, right next to it, because it's perfect for oranges. But the greed and let's for some reason grow for it. It doesn't make any sense, but let's do it. I mean, it's a good port. I'll give it that. That's a nice, deep, lovely port. But does that mean people should live here? Just build up, not up. And so what they did, and you watch the movie Chinatown and others, it's fictionalized, but they they decided to get canal systems and steal water from the other counties so that LA County could grow and LA the town could grow. So this guy Mulholland, and you've heard of Mulholland Drive and stuff, is just a totally arrogant person. A lot of people pity him, and I can't stand those documentaries like on YouTube. Uh, oh, the scanner. I'm sorry. Let me just share it with you. It's LA County Fire V1. That is in the description of the video. I think I have the evacuation map in the description of the video. The links to the watch duty for both incidents, the major ones we're covering right now. So, Castaic Dam. This has got a very tragic, kind of spooky reason for its own existence. Granddaddy, who is the adopted grandfather of my stepdad, don't ask me, that's it. We just call him Granddaddy. Lived in Ventura, just right down here. And as a kid, he's a real old timer. He was born in like when World War I was going on, I believe, maybe even earlier. So when I was a kid, we visited. Jolly, lovely man, and it was like a family vacation to see him. I wish we had done that more. And it was off to Disneyland and stuff, and I didn't really want to go to Disneyland. I wanted to just hear his stories. He would start out with, well, when the dam failed, they said only 500 people died, but when we got on this bridge over here and looked, I don't think all of them were logs. It's probably about 1,000. Went out to sea, and I went, sorry, what? When the dam failed? Like in another country? Dams don't fail in the United States. He goes, yeah, I did up yonder. And he points this way. That's Ventura and Oxnard, right? So Oxnard got inundated because you follow up this river. And there's Castaic, but it didn't exist yet. Because this Mulholland guy, the one who designed all the canals to steal the water from the other counties, and they didn't just steal the water, like it made farmers lose their business. Like they didn't irrigate anymore. Everything was dry. Their wells start going dry, like they don't have lakes, ponds. They then went bankrupt and they took out loans to try to survive. And some of them dynamited these stupid canals, and all I got to do is slow clap. Good for you. You had every right. Honestly, you did. You were being stolen from. But it was the Depression, and who wins? It's the money parties. Not only did they screw the farmers like that and create deserts where they actually used to be kind of green in some of these areas, they planned to build dams and new canals, and so they would sneak up into the areas and buy out the farmers for cheap, and then they would put in the freeway in the neighborhoods and the dams and the canals and the mini reservoirs and just make unlimited profit, right? So this Mulholland guy was all part of it. He was deep into it. Don't fall for the YouTubers that go, the poor man had to live with so many deaths on his head. He didn't care. He ruined people for a living, and he just counted the dough. And then the city and the county that benefited from his evil engineering, let's call it, lionized him, and of course called him like the greatest engineer ever and like this visionary. It's like that Stockton Rush guy who took the submersible to Titanic. Like, lionized Maverick, woo. But he did things you don't do, such as like, design a dam and then say, let's go higher. And is that a fault line? That's okay. It's fine. We didn't know it was there. It's okay. It's fine. It's probably dead. It's nothing. Oh, is our dam weeping and leaking and creaking? It's not even at full capacity. Okay, That's fine. Everybody's terrified downstream. They called me to inspect it. It's fine. Dams are supposed to leak like that. Don't call for an evacuation. It's fine. So if you keep going up this way, you'll notice there's no reservoir, no dam. It imploded. It was never going to work. You can watch some of the documentaries, and it happened at night. Entire towns got swept away downstream, Valencia, places, and Fillmore, Santa Paula, there's heroism, motorcycle cops that like raced against time to warn people, and people that died at the telephone because they wanted to call downstream. Same heroism thing. So this poor guy, Mulholland, there's a trial, and he goes, "Oh man, just blame me. Just blame me." And everybody thinks, "Oh, he took responsibility. He's this great guy." It's playing you. It's playing everybody. I don't believe he lost a wink of sleep. He didn't when he destroyed the lives of thousands of people, created death trap neighborhoods and the like. The corruption was insane. So I don't believe it. I don't believe his guilt thing. I just don't. And I don't think guilt the rest of your life is an ample punishment. Like he had this sob story and he got acquitted. So, you know, he was probably like, phew. Either way, I don't care. He got many people here. We won't even know the exact number ever. So many people washed out to sea. But it's not the only damn failure of California. And I was going to do history stories like this, have a message of how do we prevent something like that from ever happening again. There's many lessons to be learned, and one of them is never lionize somebody and think that they're beyond error. It was like the cult of personality Stockton Rush guy with the Titanic disposable submarine made out of cloth, just because he's intelligent and has gotten away with bending rules before, just it doesn't matter who he is. It matters what's going on. Something's buckling and failing. It's failing. It doesn't matter who designed it. But that's something our culture does. It's a mistake. Never think anybody's perfect. It's a terrible, terrible mistake. And never let they themselves think that they're perfect. That's worse. The worst kind of deception is self-deception. The people who deceive themselves are absolutely charismatic, nice, lovely, wonderful people, believing their own BS about themselves. The best thing I can do for anybody is say, "Oh, for love of everything that is holy, if I ever screw up, let me know right away." I will sometimes. I'm a human. I'm doing this tired, We safety is too important for egotistical crap to get in the way. I don't have any patience for anybody else who's in serious lines of work like that. If somebody doesn't have that kind of attitude of please blow the whistle, like any kind of workplace, like I don't want to work there, and I don't have respect for it. Anybody belittles safety culture or let's check it one more time where I have a concern, I don't have patience for it. Okay, let's check. That is our, yeah, that's the time lapse one. Sorry, the next one over. Let's check. Dawn. Does it look like snow in the infrared? Isn't that eerie? That's how they filmed Doom 2 with infrared, even though it was digital. Every digital camera, if you took it apart, has this little crystal in it right in front of the digital light sensor, which basically like film. Well, and it's gone. We've switched into daylight mode. Now let me go back for anybody who just looked at the screen. Whoop. Let's go further back, 30-minute time. You can take old digital cameras, like pretty low quality ones, and take tweezers. There will be a little crystal that looks like dice, but like sliced thinly. So it's like cubic. Kind of looks clear and see-through, but if you hold it up to the light, it's like a crystal on the edges. You'll see colors like orange, maybe little flashes of green. So it blocks infrared light from hitting the light sensor, because we don't see like snakes, right? We see the world like this green, whereas like snakes can they can sense through their little pits like on their face. But they say it interfaces with their brain as if it's vision, right? Roll with it here.
Ops from Alpha, we're all tied in.
I think owls can see like this.
Outstanding operations copies, thank you.
Okay, which division was it though? Okay. Somebody reported success on the post-fire. Sweet. Sweet. So something's going right. I wish they were talking a lot more on the radio so I could just shut up. But people tune out if silence, I was hoping just talking about random stuff would help me calm down and sleep. Then wake up a very long time. So, but most cameras will do this automatically. And what makes trees look normal, like green, is blocking infrared light, which we can't see. It's invisible to us. It's not invisible to a light sensor or film. So all the film cameras had it too, except for the ones who purposefully were made without the little crystal filter thing. Or big. I don't know how it was in the really old cams. And so you get really neat effects, and everything that is warm is white. Everything that's very cold is black. And color, though, doesn't have to be black or white. Color infrared makes some really eerie, cool art, especially when they pulled it off from movies and film. So color infrared. Now, let's see if I can get it. Yeah, Kodak had that stuff. Ektachrome. Vaguely recall that. Check it out. And it has always helped Wildfire tracking and documenting since kind of the history of film. I mean, maybe they didn't apply it to wildfires because the earliest cameras didn't have a fast enough shutter for flame to even register it. It just moved around too fast. But eventually, dawn of the 20th century, the purples, the blues, red hues, the whites, the blacks are very surprising. And sometimes they then reversed it. And oh, it makes palm trees and stuff look like that, look like they're made out of snow or ice. In the middle of deserts. It's the 60s popularized this. And Kodak had a lot to do with it. And there were special books. I may have one I picked up at a garage sale. It was insanely expensive to do the color ones, so the black and white stuff like this was good. And so you have the trees, like the palm trees, look white because they've got the heat of the sun on them. Water being black, and then colder things in black. Oscar Reyes, hey, welcome. So we're trying hard to get some updates. They've been few and far between about San Bernardino. So it's the Hesperia, and they kind of stopped updating. Last we heard was like 4 hours ago. They said it was 1,100 acres. So um, I'm not familiar with the area. Apple Valley's quite a bit north there, but the fire was being driven towards the north off of the hills here. Now, we tried to listen for quite some time to the radio chatter there. It was just pretty much dead after midnight, and then they stopped giving updates on watch duty. They never went to a mandatory evacuation, which is a good sign, but when the cameras were focused on that area and then they started moving around, I was very frustrated by that. See if any of them stopped moving around. Like this one, if it pointed north, should be looking at it. See, maybe the ridge. See, this one went into panorama mode, but for a while it was. I had this great time lapse of. I could just rewind my own channel. I just don't know where it would be in the timestamps. I wasn't home. I was at a relative's house using a very primitive laptop that could barely. In fact, it dropped the broadcast twice. So I did a couple of time lapses, and you could tell where it started by road, and then it moved past neighborhoods, and I think it burned up a lot of trees. I haven't heard about structural loss, but it seemed to be finding a lot of fuel. But I mean, I think they would be talking about it by now. But then again, I should be checking the Twitters and stuff. I'm deliriously tired. I've been awake since 2:30, not last night. Day before, on the 15th. I went to sleep on the 15th. Only woke up for 5.5 hours and woke up at 2:30 in the morning on the 16th. No, I went to bed on the 14th. Woke up at 2:30 in the morning on the 16th. Yeah, I think I went to bed at 8 p.m. But it's been so incredible. The post fire, especially, just started running out of control at 11:20 to 11:30. Twice it's almost obliterated Firehouse 77. It's kind of their own fault. It's got a wooden fence and a bunch of trees next to it, like right next to it. Just I don't get it. So we're kind of waiting. We're waiting for somebody to make an update. It says per CAL FIRE and X, it's 5% contained. That's probably the city block that it began on. But good news here is that I haven't been watching it like a hawk as much as I have to post tips. Because, oh, what the hell's that? Something by Vegas? Oh, yeah, it's in Nevada. No more red. So for many hours now, for more than 6 hours, we haven't seen any new red flare-ups. So the fire is either at the same intensity or less than it was. I just don't know why they took the cameras off of it. Why? What's that meme where a guy just keeps saying, why, 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 why? I think he's a preacher or something. God, it's funny. Why? we are gonna have a hard day. I just walked through what's gonna stop the post fire from running down this canyon. It'll get even harder if all around the state, which the north has red flag warning everywhere, more and more fires show up. They only have so many airplanes, and they had this terrible press conference earlier, like in early May, I think. I tuned in. They had chat on YouTube, which was a mistake because I was not happy with them. At first, I was like, please, I can retire, right? You made one-stop shopping for evacuation info. There's just one website now for all California evacuation info. You guys got all the airplanes we desperately need now. Like we need a lot more airplanes, tankers. Yeah, you guys converted like a whole bunch of C-130s, maybe Hercules into tankers, like maybe 30. We need like 30 of them because every time a bad day happens in California where it's windy, they have to decide where they go, and some place loses, And a lot of California fires would just be put out if we just had enough planes and personnel. It's so frustrating. And they squawked about the governor. Oh, he's a great guy, and he's totally prepared us. And then they kind of just their voice trails off, and we got more Hercules, and the Hercules will be ready. These tankers will be ready after 2024 is over. What? And the press was allowed to ask 2 questions at the end of the press conference. One of the reporters goes, "So, where do people find evacuation info?" And they went, "Well, well, the check with your county because all of them do something different." I buried my head in my hands. Paradise was November 2018, and we knew we needed a hell of a lot more planes then. 2020 was a secondary wake-up call. 2021 was a gigantic slap in the face with a horseshoe in the glove. Wake-up call. And we need a hell of a lot more planes. And I can't imagine, like in World War II, we manufactured like just thousands of planes, just spat them out. Right now, they're already made. Like we have a lot of C-130s that are just hanging out, not doing much. And so they're perfect tankers. We already know how to convert them. So it occurs to me now that World War II has come and gone. It was a 5-year war, almost, for the United States. And we made like millions of vehicles. We just cranked them out. We decided we needed them, and we did it. We won. And we've only, in the entirety of the time that World War II was fought, we've only made like a dozen. We've only converted like a dozen of these things. Or I don't care if it's a number less than 100. This is stupid. Why? 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 So I think we're gonna have a rough weekend. If a miracle happens and we have a lot less in the way of winds, maybe they can come up with some plan to save the town, the death trap neighborhoods that are south of the current post fire. Everything around Castaic Lake. Sorry, that's the wrong news article. Just wow. The good news about the Hesperia is it's gone to flatter land. That's a lot easier to deal with, but the post is not. It's roaring up 2 sides of a canyon. Guys, everybody like the stream and subscribe. We had 300 views. Oh, and I totally forgot to talk about PayPal and the link. I need a laptop. Please donate even $1 to the laptop fund. It's in the link is in the description. And look, we had 800 people tune in last night. I'm not going to be an idiot that says, well, if everybody gave me $1, no, that's unreasonable. But man, if even 20% of the viewers gave me $1, I could have this laptop and not be screwed like I was yesterday, unable to properly stream. Even if you can't donate $1, don't sweat it. Hit the like button. It's free. It's free. And subscribe. Not because you should feel obligated, because you want to. Most people don't subscribe because they forget. Statistically. But copy the share link. Send it to anybody. Text it. No. What is it, Urban? What's our weather forecast? I've got to take a short break. I can't believe I've had to be talking for 2 hours and 45 minutes. I'm just waiting for radio to pick up, and then I gotta sleep. My throat is yeah. So I swallowed a couple of razor blades and washed it down with some lemon juice. Not constantly, but like it's a yank, like a fish hook back there, occasionally yanked. I had a botched, well, they did the best they can, dental appointment Wednesday after my tooth cracked. So, my God, I want to stop talking and sleep. Dry hot wind for the week. Well, that's for the entire state. Most of the states are red flag. Yeah, I read NOAA weather's red flag update right around just after midnight before I drove home and restarted the stream. It's not good. The fact that the fires were acting like it was noon at midnight and made runs and freaked everybody out and surprised the firefighters. It's not good. So I'm hoping mods will come in and guide the people. That I'll just keep Broadcastify on. I'll have to crash and crash hard. I'm not physically doing well. I had 2 rounds of back-to-back food poisoning. Not even tied together, just lucky me sort of thing. Just when I was recovering, just didn't feel right. And I'm like, I thought food poisoning was over. I was starting to feel better, but I didn't realize that the filling had a crack all the way to the gum, and it got infected. Bit out of it, and I'm weak. Something has to make noise. I used to play rain sound. You guys want some rain sounds? Then I really need to go to the kitchen and refresh myself. So let's see. During the calor, that was soothing. Gentle rain sound. No thunder, no intensity. A gentle, maybe if it's gentle, distant rolling thunder, maybe. No, too intense. Let's see. Just, I don't want to store. The one with the roof, the tin roof, was a good one. What about on a tent? I mean, yeah. You guys hear that? Now, I do pay like $15 a month Yeah, Ladybird. I love your name, by the way. Welcome back. That's my call sign when I fly my drone. I'm Ladybird. Um, and that's what I wrote down on the roster. All the pilots checked in with the earthquake simulation, airlift exercise yesterday at the airport. All the pilots is like, here's your name on the list, and then it says, what's your tail number of your airplane you're flying, and then what's your call sign. I don't have no tail number, but I was gonna leave that blank. It said Ladybird, and the guy frowns. He looks up. He goes, "What?" I said, "Drop." Yeah, I think it's gonna be okay for Apple Valley. It looks flat enough for them with plenty. Look, you know what Apple Valley has? The Post doesn't. Flatness, for one thing. Nice river, good ample water supply. Not that it's a deep thing, the Mojave, but look at the cross streets that cross that T. They can make stands at the where it crosses the T, where the fire would be driven, and then it's everything flat is so much easier to respond to. Firefighters don't have to wonder, like, are we gonna get trapped here? It's flat land. Like, if they really needed to, they could off-road it, you know? They could get picked up. They could be embarrassed, but they could just hop in the river and be like, shut up. Our truck melted, shut up, don't ask. You know, like, they got places to go, they got options. I think the worst case scenario is a lot of fires start and get big, and they have to, there's not enough planes to go around. Planes are the number one factor of, like, are you gonna stop? The spread at speed bump it so much that it gives time for the ground crews to catch up and then save the day. Both are equally important. People argue, well, is my left leg more important than my right leg? What's the argument? How you gonna walk without the other leg? Does it get done without the other? The answer is no. It's pretty much equal importance. Yeah, I like this one. This is a nice one. Let's go back to some cams and watch the dawn. Oh, I should show you guys the trick. Oftentimes when we're monitoring multiples, there should be a button here, right? That says make a grid. There isn't. You actually have to kind of Google it, and it's a different part of the website. I hate that. But if you go and type in alert California grid view, cams, actually. There we go. Tile display, that's what it's called. Tile. Alert California. Cams. Tile display. Oh yeah, that's so pretentious. Okay. Tile display. Is it only the old ones that can do it, not the fancy newfangled version of UC San Diego? Is it really just these? This is the old version of the thing. Okay, fine. I don't care. Wait, California's not on these anymore. Wait, I swear to God, I had this. I had this on the San Diego one again. Hang on. This is panoramic. This is not a true tile display. There. Is this? No. You pick them out from the list and you arrange them the way you wish, and they'll all update at the same time. My dream is if I could experiment a lot more, and you guys would have to buy me a lot of hard drives. Please donate to the PayPal link. Like anything, $1 is good. If I had enough hard drive space, I would record in 4K, broadcast in 4K all the time. Anybody with a big screen could full screen this and see a lot of cams at the same time. like it would be a great TV show kind of broadcast. If I could 4K 60 frames a second. Computer's capable, but my god, the hard drive space for me to save my videos with that. It's pretty serious. I already have about 38 terabytes. I lost track. It's just because I'm recording my videos every day. I learned the hard way you must do that. Because the moment you don't record, just insane stuff that would go viral happens, like, you know, my building being hit by lightning. And I'm screaming on, while I'm live, oh my god! And it looked like a nuclear flash in my webcam. And then I said, well, lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place, right? And then it does, and I scream again on the webcam, and it's like a sonic boom. That was not recorded. YouTube glitched out. And I don't have it anymore. I don't think that'll ever happen again, you know. So, alert California wildfire home. Okay. I guess I have to read the FAQ. Why is it just there? Wait, what? Wait, what? 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 Bald Mountain Butte. What? What? No. No. You can't be on fire, Bald Mountain Butte. No. That better be steam. No. Okay, I just randomly clicked on this. No, 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 no. No! No! No, 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 no. No! Not paradise again, no. Not allowed. Fires, no. We're talking about Concal, how it's a bowl like Apple Valley. Guys, new fire, alarm, alert. No! I don't think it's reported yet, it just happened. No! No! Tell me I'm wrong right now, guys. Tell me I am wrong. No, no, it's 5 minutes. Okay, it's on a 5-minute time lapse. 15. It's less than 15 minutes ago. No! No! It's a red flag and it's guys, wake up! Wake up! No! No! Okay, this is new. I don't know if it's been reported yet. We have to check. Okay, my phone's been silent too long. Watch duty must have hit 24. Yeah, it stops telling me about new fires when I reach 24 notifications. No, 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 no. No. Please, please, be wrong. That's steam. Just tell me that's steam. It's a new volcano. It's steam or something. No. No. Crap. The cameras are fixated on it too. They found it. They pivoted. They found it. No. It's red flag. Wake up. Whoever's asleep, wake up. Mods. Mods. It's the Bald Mountain Butte camera, the same one that recorded the deadly record-breaking speed of the Bear Fire run. It's by Paradise. It's uphill of Paradise up in the mountains. No. I don't know if it's reported yet. Crap. Somebody's probably typing it up right now. No. Okay. Prescribed. Be a prescribed burn. Maybe it's a prescribed burn. But why would it be a prescribed burn on I mean, the valley's a red flag. That does not make a bit of sense. By Junction House. They've got to be insane to do a prescribed burn today. Or burning slash. Like, they don't really log this anymore. That's a lot of smoke for. Yes, just be Kathy. I'm trying to. I'm hoping this is it can't be a prescribed fire because right next door in the valley it's a red flag. It's not. Okay, watch duty. Where's Bald Mountain Butte? Located, where's it looking? See Paradise right down there, Magalia, you know? Ugh. Okay, do you see Gridley and Biggs and Palermo down there? That's red flag. Chico, that's red flag. That's too close for them to do a prescribed burn. This is Sunrise. I was just trying to show people how to do the tile camera. I know, SB Kathy, this is a PTSD stuff. I watched this camera and it's shown more than one deadly fire. This is one of the worst places on earth for a fire to start. Look at the canyons. The Feather River canyons are awful. No. Okay, this is less than 15 minutes old. Okay, Highway 20, a prescribed burn above Scott's Flat to left of Junction House. Alright, where is it looking? Where is it looking? Show me where you're looking. Please look at Junction House. Belden. That's not Junction House. Okay. Belden. Oh. No. The Feather River Canyon is where the campfire that burned down Paradise started, and the Dixie. And right next door, the Bear Fire. So, that's a trifecta of serious disaster. Yeah, Lady Bird. Oh, holy God. Please, somebody tell me that it's like some idiot with a prescribed fire and they just realized they're dumb and they're putting it out right now. But on watch duty, I don't see another prescribed fire. I'm ready to pick up the phone. Okay, it's Bald Mountain Butte 1. It's looking downhill. Downhill. Okay, to Forest Ranch. Forest Ranch. They can't see over this ridge. So, Lovelock. Oh, Lovelock is a tiny ghost town that they saved. Megalia and Paradise Bit Dust, historic mining towns, you know, but they saved Lovelock because it was, well, it's basically an inn, like an ancient saloon inn that was part of the stagecoach as they struggled into the mountains in the gold rush days. All these towns are tiny. Is that Sterling City right there? That's Sterling City. Skyway. Okay, I don't think there's a heat detection. Can't be one yet. Guys, it's not a watch duty yet. Okay, we're stopping the rain. We are going to tune in now to broadcast 5. It's time to look at the haunted channel called Butte County Fire. Okay. Nightmare. I said the magic words. I said I was going to sleep. Okay. They saved Sterling City. The Paradise Fire tried to eat it too. There's Camp Creek, you know, campfire. Get it? All right. Where's Butte County?
Operations Division Bravo.
Okay, that's LA talking. I gotta tune us into Butte County. Alert mods, wake up,
Go ahead for operations.
wake up.
Yeah, do we have an ETA when we're going to have copters in there?
That's the post fire.
Negative, but once they come up, I'll let you know, and if you're the priority, we can make that happen.
Yeah,
Copy, thank you.
post fires definitely be that priority.
We put in the request for first light, but you know how that goes, so we'll see where we're at with it.
Doesn't that sound like JB?
Yeah, copy.
He's retired though. It's like John Bruno, you know, our awesome. I gotta call him up. The retired fire captain in chief who so wonderful and gives us his advice and took me under his wing. Loomis Placer, Nevada, Placer, Yuba, Butte. There we go. No, Butte County. All right, we're listening to Butte County now. Please be nothing.
Hello, saver. Whether you're saving for that trip to the tropics or saving for an emergency.
Shut up. Okay, I'm gonna mute that for a second. Please donate if you don't want to hear that anymore. I'll get the premium thing again. All right, let's zoom out. We're going to Butte County, please. No. There's a 15-minute old fire. Less than 15 minutes. I just saw it on the cams. The cams have seen it. So I don't think I have to pick up the phone and report it. And let's see if they're talking about it on Butte County. It's the dreaded cam called Bald Mountain Butte. The one that has seen a lot of death. Okay, as other cams, are other cams looking? Just smoke on that one. I'm still trying to figure out where it's exactly looking. It's zoomed in. I know Skyway Road. It's just north of Sterling City. I don't know. It could see through this gap. It could be on Lovelock Road, or in between it, in here. Skyway was one of the very few ways that people could escape paradise to the north. It's the one road north. All right, we're listening to Butte County. We're also listening to LA, and this is Wake Up, guys. Yeah, urban. It's Bald Mountain Butte in Butte County. I'm not seeing. They said white cloud burn pile fire as a prescribed burn. A burn pile is a big chunk. It's a big thing of scraped together logs. The Forest Service used to make the piles and then not burn them, and it helped fuel the Caldor. They're stupid, reckless. It's a better word. And then that's just west of Junction House, but that's not where this camera, I don't believe, is looking. The camera is, where's Sterling City? I'm desperately moving around on my phone, slightly in a panic. Breathing. Goes in, goes out. Goes in, goes out. Yeah. Okay. We're the highway. Thanks for being here, Irvin. This is awful. Beautiful sunlight on this. You see the 30-minute time lapse. It just suddenly pivots at 5:34-ish. So there's dawn. Sorry. Anybody who's seen the horrible bear record run of the bear fire video, the giant moving mushroom cloud that destroyed Brush and Berry Creek. I already lectured tonight about how people panicked and tried to race it downhill. It didn't work. these trees are too immature for logging, but this is real close to the cam. Like it pivots so fast, I can't tell the zoom level. So if it zooms out a little bit, I could see if we were looking at Lovelock or Skyway. Mm, Just street map graphics. Sorry, I'm picking around on my phone. We are listening to Butte County. There's no chatter yet. There's no chatter yet. Assuming we're on the right channel. They do things like Fire Special 1, like the ham radio guys do. But I would think Butte County would be chattering away quickly. Red flag all over Chico. Paradise Concount. Nope, there's no prescribed burn. That's way far south. This is a fire. Dear God. On a red flag day, look, a little bit of wind.
Purple strike 9240 Charlie, entering the unit en route to the Junes incident.
Oh, God. Okay, that is Butte County. The Junes fire, remember, was
9240 Charlie, 0553.
what was very concerning yesterday. Hey, Makud, welcome. This is a extremely stop the presses. I may be the first person to notice this other than whoever's controlling this camera. This is northeast of Paradise, up the hill. Like, I just accidentally saw smoke and saw this was Bald Mountain Butte. This is not good. It's on Banner Mountain too. Okay, so that's not somebody's barbecue. It's not a campground. So you can see Paradise, Magalia burned to the ground. Paradise, of course, everybody knows that. So it's we're looking to the southwest, but the camera is so zoomed in, I can't tell this ridge here for Skyway or all the way to Lovelock. It may not be that zoomed in at all because we have the foreground trees in focus. Usually you zoom has the background in focus and the foreground goes blurry. It might be quite close to the camera. I don't know that it's large enough. We'll start checking. Let's ghost satellites come around every 25 minutes. I don't believe it can register yet. Came 5 minutes ago, so it was still kind of small. There's Sterling City. Bald Mountain Butte is right here. This is where the cam is. It's looking that way to the southwest. Bald Mountain Butte is the center of the screen right here. I'm going to try to make this more visible. Hard. There. Bald Mountain. So there's Sterling City, this amazing time capsule to the 1800s that survived Paradise, just barely. I walked around filming it. It's incredible. I would move there. I'd definitely move there. So we're going to wait and see if the GOES heat detections get a thing. We're listening to Butte County. Somebody just said they're going to the Junes incident, which is the big concern of yesterday. It's Honcut. It's practically into Yuba County. I could tell you a ghost story about Honcut. It's not appropriate right now because this disaster in the making. This is rugged, steep, not a lot of road access. Let's see if this exact part of Paradise burned. The Paradise Fire burned into the mountains, went around Sterling City, and went for weeks. I started covering it, like when it happened, like the day after, like November 9th, 10th or so. First stream ever. Like I wasn't talking to people. I just put maps and scanner radio up. I was just trying to see if my brother was alive, Wake up, guys. That's right. You said banner mountain camps. Duplicate it. Let's duplicate it. Banner. Why isn't it alphabetical? Dyer is Plumas County. I'm way too familiar with this crap.
Divisions on the post from operations. So we're going to get through the ops briefing this morning. We'll have a transition on the line. So you guys are going to stay in place until we get that ops briefing, and then you'll be relieved on the line.
Bravo copies.
I'm sorry. I buried my windows.
Yankee copies.
That is Butte County. I think it's talking. We're still listening also to LA County. LA County is
2271 en route to the Rocky incident.
that's Butte County. Okay, never mind. We just heard LA County.
2271 0558.
The loud guy was Butte. Because I just cranked up Butte County on accident. Okay, sorry I fixed it. But wake up, guys. Wake up. I don't want to be the first person to announce there's a fire near the footprint of the Paradise and the Bear fires on a red flag day. Dear God, dear God, dear God. Okay, what other Cam said we have a fire in Ball Mountain Butte. Why aren't they talking about it? Banner Mountain, Banner. What isn't it? Shouldn't it be A right here? B-A-N. I thought this was all alphabetic. Oh, that's a Grass Valley. Oh God. Okay. So Sierra County. Crap. Wait, is that Nevada County? Straddles the line. Yeah, wake up. Wake up, guys. It's the early morning. I was just so hoping. Wait, is this near Junction House? Because there's a prescribed burn at near Junction House. No. Nope. Great. Great. Okay. Butte County, I hope will wake up in a second and start talking dispatch. What the hell are we seeing here? It's time to go to Twitter, guys. I'm going to tweet this out and say, guys, the hell's going on? Is Butte County a hashtag? It is, right? Is there a specific fire hashtag for it? How do I even do this? Walk me through the Twitter, guys. I am too plugged into too many people. Okay, yeah, whoops, people were sharing stuff with me. I'm retweeting it. It's a fire update on the post fire. Sorry, you guys have to tell me because I'm too tired to function much. So, okay, I'm just going to make a new post. I'm hitting the post button. I say, how do I link to the cam, link to the cam, link to the cam. Okay, link to the cam alert. Oh, seriously? All right. There's no link button to the cam. How do I? Okay, I don't know how to tie my shoe right now. This is my third day of not sleeping. Would appear. So, okay. I just copied that up there. Control C. Okay, Control Victor. It just says Alert California. What's wrong with the stupid copying to paste? Help. Help me make this link. I hope so. Sterling City better be awake. Mountain people usually are, but wake the hell up, guys. I just stumbled upon it by accident. It's going to be on the 30-minute time lapse, so it's just over 30 minutes now. No mention on the Butte County scanner. I just checked list the precursory, watch duty. It usually is pretty good about showing prescribed burns. It would be insane to do it today because Chico is in red flag. It's just right next door. Paradise and Concal are in red flag just down the hill. Nobody would do this in their right mind, and that's too much smoke. So I'm so frustrated. Usually isn't there just a big share button right here? Like I don't see it. So I did the good old fashioned thing here, like, okay, right click, copy. I'm going in my other window on Twitter. Paste, it says alert California only and will not paste a link. I'm in the Twilight Zone. What in the name of God? It won't do it. Okay, I'm gonna start over, start a new draft, turn off my stupid ad blocker for Twitter, even though I think it should be on all the time. Is that interfering? In God's name. Okay, where is the share button? I can put it in the chat. Why can't I put it in the Twitter post? See? It just, here it is in chat. Wake up, guys. We got something going on in Butte County. Somebody please find out for me. I'm this close to just picking up the dang phone. Yeah, it's going to be one of those days. Ladybird says I can shoot an X, but I can't update, so keep sharing. I could go, how am I twittering wrong, You go over here, you go post, right? And you go, what's happening? That's all it does is it just posted. It's just alert to California right there. Go to hell. What if I've never had this problem in my life, so what in God's name is happening? We're listening to Butte County, nobody's squawking about it. I would hope the other cameras would tell us what the hell's going on. Okay, Flea Mountain is looking the general direction. We can rule it out as not being this close to the camera if we can. If Flea Mountain doesn't see it. Flea Mountain does not see it. Wait, it does. It sees smoke coming from the right. It's very close to the Bald Mountain Cam, then. Very close. I think it's a fire lookout tower. Crap. Okay, so we got 2 cameras fixated on it. Alert Wildfire. People know about it. People are talking about it. Why aren't they talking about it on Butte County scanner? Why, for the love of cars, can I not share it? Okay, I'm just Butte County. Guys, new fire on the excuse me, cam I can't link to on Bald Mountain Butte. God. Like, do I have to manually type it? Do I have to manually type it? On the Bald Mountain Butte 1 cam. This is northeast of Paradise. Anyone know why scanner's silent? I can't link to the bloody cam. That's it. I gotta type it myself. You just try to stop me. I can type 90 words per minute, you stupid website. You're not stopping me. God, this is mental. Okay, you want to see my skills? I'm going to type in all of this ridiculous, absolutely freaking ridiculous URL by hand. Stop me. Is there something I'm missing? Did they like change something? Is this working for everybody else? Copy in the chat and paste to Twitter. Brilliance. Copy link. Paste to Twitter. What? What the? It's a redirect. YouTube redirect. Oh, that got worse somehow. Okay. Think about it. Okay, it's formatting. It's got to be formatting. Calm down, Kathryn. Keep your tits in your shirt. So that's I'm gonna make a text, a notepad note on the desktop. There will be no formatting. Once pasted, I recopy it again. This will work. Yes. Okay. It's some sort of a weird formatting. Edge browser maybe.
Open my commands. Open mic vvector1. Open my command.
You need to tag Sarah Luna in it. How do you tag somebody? At Sarah as well. And Butte County, isn't there a Butte County Fire Watch or something? Oh. Then I need to be hashtagging, guys. Yes, good teamwork, friends. Yeah, it's not certain. Yeah. It's the character limit of the tweet. Oh, thank you for letting me know about that. Jay says just copy your.
Open mic on command V1. All you check open mic V1.
It wouldn't do it.
Mic V1, check command.
It pasted just the words alert wildfire. So I hate Twitter. This is why I resisted it for so long. Okay, I'm just posting. That's it. Now, I was hoping you would make like a little preview. You know? Twitter's stupid. And Grok is even stupider. I mean, I thought that was an April Fool's joke. Okay, wake up, guys. Butte County, this is intensifying. The smoke column's going straight up. I like that, but you know that the wind is going to intensify today. Okay. There's also, we got a smoke that was pointed out by Irvin. Down, I think it's Sierra County, but it's by Nevada City. Nobody in their right mind would be doing an prescribed burn today. Broke fish at me. Yep. Wake up, guys. Yeah. I don't like to be the harbinger of bad news, but I was just trying to show people a trick of how to do cameras. There's 2 time lapses. Both cameras are getting as close to fire as possible. I think it's very close to the Bald Mountain Butte cam. So now you can see the smoke drift here on the Fleet Mountain 1 cam. So it drifts in from the right, and so it can't see it. So look how very close it's on Bald Mountain itself. I thought it was zoomed and it was far away on Skyway, but the smoke's coming from the right. It's like next to the tower. I don't see anything on we're listening live. You're pulling your hair out, so I don't have to. Thank you, because I'm going bald. It was just a nice purple sunrise. I was going to go get some breakfast and say, guys, I'm going to get some sleep before the tough day ahead. I did it. This is a mistake. So,
City, vegetation, Rutson Road, 20T3 line.
let me see if that's, oh, for God's sake. Tone out for medical. gonna get windy. It's a road. Oops, sorry, friends. Reset zoom. Damn it. So let's look at our topography again, and this is Bald Mountain. Nightmarish. Okay, enough with the tones. Sorry, that's probably LA County. I don't know. Heavy Butte County.
Battalion 2106, Engine 33, Engine 381, Engine 382, Company 12, Company 33, Water Tender 25, Water Tender 37, vegetation in the area of Retson Road and 20T3 line, Latin Long in the CAD page, smoke building seen on the camera.
Ah!
Stand by for response check back on Butte Command. First yet seen Retson IC.
Ugh!
Primary TAC 11, secondary V-Fire 26, 0612.
Ah! You heard it first. On my stream. There's a fire above Megalian Paradise in Sterling City in Lovelock. On a red flag day. I can't tell you the immense danger. This is one of the worst places on Earth for fire to begin. This camera has seen 3 massive insano fires. When it begins, this time lapse. This should be familiar to you if you've ever been on the channel, and I try to sober people up and show. It's called the record run of the Bear Fire. It moved in record-breaking speeds down the mountain and just obliterated towns before people knew it hit them. Much like it barreled down. The Bear Fire did. It's called the Claremont Bear, which became something blah 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 complex. But anyway, everybody called it the Bear Fire. It went all the way from Bucks Lake. It was 70% contained up there. People got a false sense of security and went to sleep on the fire with their bags packed and stuff, and woke up to hell raining down on them. And there were fatalities, a significant amount of fatalities, like 7 to 12, something like that. 24 people missing, and all these cameras, they just pivot, and it's a nightmare. It's like a moving volcanic eruption that even generated its own lightning. There was so much ash in the air, just like volcanic lightning. It spawned it from the static electricity of all the ash in the air. So this is a bit late to be calling out. This is more than half an hour later that they just put it over the radio.
Rocky IC, Orville.
I'm really disappointed in that. I have no idea why I'm telling the world about it first, and then the radio is like, oh, well, 45 minutes later.
Okay, Rocky IC, Orville. Are you able to place call?
Okay, the Rocky fires Butte County too, but
Rocky IC, negative. No reception.
hopefully it won't flare up again. The Rocky.
Transport 2243, vegetation in the area of Retson Road and 20T3 line. Latin Long in the remarks. First yet seen Retson IC on primary TAC 11, secondary V-Fire 26. Stand by for response check back on Butte Command 0615.
No. The nightmare is here. No. Close some tabs.
Orville, Rocky IC, did you copy the traffic bout? No cell reception, unable to contact. Rocky IC, Orville, affirmative. For the Valley View crew coming off fire today, will they be returning to quarters, or will we need to provide sleeping arrangements?
No heat detection yet, but Sterling City, look out, everybody.
They could return to quarters.
Let your people know. Sterling City, Magalia, Lovelock.
Just confirming you've spoken with them and confirm that.
They need to know right now. Right now. Yeah, my friend moved away from Sterling City, or I'd pick up the phone. But all Butte County should be pretty alarmed by this. With the high winds.
Orville's response check back.
Mm.
Retson Road, engine 33, 381, 382 responding. Battalion 2106.
Might as well name it the Kathryn fire. I don't know what it seems like it's right in front of the tower.
County 2106.
Transport 2243 responding. First unit at scene. Redson IC on TAC 11. Secondary Z fire 260617.
It's not like a disease where you get it named after you. If you get it, it's going to be the nearest road. Let's see what the road's called. Let's see if we can see what it's going to have as a name, guys. That's late. 45 minutes later, a rollout. I really hope that behind the scenes or on different channels or like cell phones, they're already on it. Hey, Carl Smith too. How you doing?
0617.
I should tweet that I'm live. Yeah. Yeah, broke for shit. Yeah.
Skyview Crew 5 was good to return to quarters.
Yeah, Ladybird just kept my whole childhood up Deer Creek. Yeah. Lovely area. It survived for so long in dodging these fires. Okay. Here is for reference. Wake up, everybody. Get your espresso. I'm serious. Call now. They're probably awake. The mountain people wake early, but make sure people know. Get your stuff ready. The red flag today. The
Oregon Water Channel 31 has been released from the June incident. Available.
I'm just going to read you the forecast today for Oroville itself, which is down there.
Return to quarters.
It's just current conditions in Oroville, which is downhill. Excuse me.
Oregon Water Channel 31 has been released from the June incident. Available.
Thank God that they really did.
Return to quarters. 0619.
Thank God they.
31.
It's 59 degrees and clear right now. The normal forecast, unless you read the red flag warning bulletin, says sunny with a high near 89. Calm wind becoming west 5 to 9 miles per hour in the morning. Winds could gust as high as 18. There's always a schizophrenic part to the weather forecast, because if you don't click the bulletin, the one that says red flag warning, you'd think that's a pleasant day. Let's get the kite out. Let's take the family on that picnic, right? No. Same thing. Updated 58 minutes ago. Red flag warning on Oroville right here, just down the road. Red flag warning in effect from 8 p.m. Pacific until 8 p.m. Pacific on Monday for gusty winds and low humidity for fire zones, like everything. Humidity, minimum relative humidity of 5% today. That's not a typo. It's 5% today. And Monday, poor relative humidity recoveries, which means at night when it's supposed to be all dewy, 30 to 45%, which is like a desert. Locally lower along the western edge of Sacramento Valley. Highest threat, the northern and central Sacramento Valley. The flatlands, but you know this region. 5% humidity with like a high of 18% relative humidity today. That means you need to install on your cheekbones the little thing that wets the windshield of your car. That's how you're going to keep your eyeballs dry today. So it says impacts. The combination of gusty winds and low humidity could cause fire to rapidly grow in size and intensity. Outdoor burning not recommended. Is that a joke?
Oregon Tunes IC, water tender E23 IC.
A red flag warning means that critical fire weather
0621.
conditions are happening now or will shortly. It doesn't mean maybe. It means they will. A combo of strong winds, low relative humidity, and warm temps can contribute to extreme fire behavior. There's no greater word than extreme. They should super capitalize that. They're understating the word extreme. We still don't have a heat detection. It's still kind of sleeping. Pounce on it, guys. Life and death. Towns depend on it. I'm not kidding. Pick up the phone and call anybody downwind, downstream. They need to know about it. Pounce, pounce, pounce. This is going to be an awkward spot to try to get aircraft in. And thank God, at least there's some roads. Even in the background of the camera, there's a road. So here is our, this should chill you. This view should chill you. And then it pivots over. It's very close to the actual Bald Mountain View camera, which I'm not sure is on a fire lookout or not, but at least look at this. At least there's a road somewhere nearby. But my God, it's going to be noon. It is 6:23 a.m. The clock is ticking. It is ticking. This sucks. Show stream
water tender 45 staffed.
with anybody who needs to know about this fire. We're going to keep on this. My mods are Saints. And SB Kathy, are you not a mod anymore for some reason? You were before, right?
45.
This camera has watched people die on many occasions. Do not.
45. Respond vegetation in the area of Retson Road and 20 T3 line. First unit scene, Retson IC on CDF TAC 11, secondary V-Fire 26, 0623.
There's Sterling City.
Water tender 45 responding.
Okay, Forest Service map layer. That's going to give us road names.
Tender 45.
Retson.
Contact Retson IC on TAC 11, secondary V-Fire 26, 0623.
They'll name it the Retson Road Fire. Yeah, it says lookout. There are Bald Mountain actual lookouts. Some of these towers still exist. It may not after today, but
Orville, transport 2243, responding to Retson incident.
Retson, it's got a name. A new tweet. It's got a name.
Transport 2243. First unit scene, Retson IC on CDF TAC 11, secondary V-Fire 26, 0624.
You don't have to be fire savvy, yes, me, Kathy. You have to ban the jerks. You gotta regulate. You gotta just be caring, helpful. Just, the cam girl bots and stuff, they gotta get the door. You know, the evil jerk types, the gloaters, God's punishing you. You gotta just like take your boot and plant it up their rectum. Just lay down the law. Just regulate. Mod powers allow you to post links. So, do you accept? And I will knight you right now. I will knight you right now. Neighbor says I live in Louisiana. Louisiana. 69 degrees, or 69% today. Of what? Humidity? Sounds balmy. Sounds like a... South is always like a sweat lodge anyway, though. I'm gonna... we should probably let Smitty rest in some ignorance. He'll probably want to be on duty today. Let's let him sleep as much as possible. He did a great job yesterday. Okay, I gotta retweet first aid that I'm live. I never did that. That would have helped. All right. And then I'm going to show you something awful. I'm going to show you what the bear fire did. So I'm sorry, the tweet thing should not be on the broadcast window. We need to, you know what? Right now what the bear fire did. So the bear took everybody's supply. The bear took everyone by surprise. It was a lightning strike fire. The lightning strike season is late July, August. There's always thousands that hit California, and then it's a race against time while they're like little to go pounce on them all like whack-a-mole before winds picked up. So the record run of the bear fire. This should chill you to the bone. That's not a volcano.
33, Orville, you command.
I swear. Yeah, sorry. There's some traumatic video that I tend to not try to show that.
Engine 33, Orville, cancel.
Where's the raw video? I don't.
Engine 33.
Okay, the raw video is not coming up. Time lapse. I hate it. I bookmarked it under fire teaching videos. Yeah, there's the cow door. Sarah, this is very PTSD for a lot of people. It's some of the worst all look the same. Sorry, I'm scrolling as fast as I can. It used to be the top, very top of the list, and now it's the way the algorithm works.
2176. Vegetation in the area of Retson Road and 20T3 line. First unit seen, Retson IC on CDF DAC 11 in V-Fire, secondary V-Fire 26, 0628.
All right, well, here it is from satellite. Check that out. That heat, that tremendous heat just travels through most of the state as a gigantic cloud. I'm really vexed. I really need to go and refresh myself, grab some breakfast, throw back some coffee. This is only the 46-second time lapse of it. It just was one of the most popular videos. It went to the top. So angry. If they took it down, I'm super angry. But I don't believe that they allow you to search a stupid crocodile. What does that got to do with a fire? Or hippies? See how dumb the algorithm is? It's like people wonder, why are we losing? Why are we losing so much market share to TikTok? Because you're not showing me the thing I bookmarked that I watch all the time that I teach with Butte County. I wonder if the original's just taken down. Why on earth would anybody do it? Twilight Zone stuff. It's ridiculous. So it's not copyrighted, but if I start playing the ones where they talk about it a little bit, then I'll get the copyright strike crap from. I'm sick of this whole crap. And it goes on for like 7-10 minutes, and it's just an unfolding nightmare. Have to be in a minute. Bladder is gonna explode. So guys, here's the live view. Looks like the camera pivoted. I accidentally was the first person to discover this, I believe, tweet or be live, because I clicked on it less than 5 minutes after it started. And I had that shock sort of thing, like, wait, that's got to be a prescribed burn. And I wasted a lot of time just sort of scrolling around. I apologize, just not wanting to believe this. They got a road. This is the fire lookout. It's ridiculously stupid to have tall trees near the fire lookout because you can't look out, and that's going to get this building burned down one day. But it's California, right? We're used to this. We're used to this. There's a reason so many disasters happen. Stupidity, capital S. So if you'll excuse me, I've got to. Yeah, Retson Road. Yeah. So it's got a name, and yeah, please accept your sword. There you go, SB County, you deserve it. I thought you were a moderator before. I just can't remember anything right now. Might have goldfish. So I had already tweeted the cam link. So let's tweet that live. Let's watch this live. I'll leave it there for a see how it updates. What we don't want to see is the smoke column lay flat. If it goes, the more upward it goes, the less wind there is. we also don't want it to get darker. Nice and gray is nice. It's not finding the sappy, resiny, dry stuff. It's just kind of transparently gray. It's getting thicker though. It's getting blacker. Oh, let's just hope to God they pounce on it right now. They don't have much else on the agenda. That's awesome. If the one at Orville yesterday had continued to get out of control, was climbing, threatening neighborhoods, and they were really busy with that, or the incident down at Hunkut, the June's fire, that would be quite bad. But I'm sure adjacent counties like Tehama would help, but that would be a delay, right? Excuse me. Channel and live. I'm really vexed I could not immediately find that video. I will dig that up. I know that I have it in my fire teaching videos. I also filed it away under real horror and a couple other keywords like that. I'll find it in one of these folders. So, second. If you are just tuning in, also please hit the like button to make the video go trending, so people curious about this and alarmed can also find the channel. Remember, if you haven't subbed, do so. You won't regret the ringing bell because I don't clickbait or waste time. Like 98% of summertime videos are true fires that are either are a crisis or probably will become one or have that potential.
2185, 0633.
Oh, because I don't click.
2185.
Share next. Okay. So I am live. I'll just say my channel is live. And I'm awake a bit longer. Third day. Covering the newly broken out. What was the exact spelling of that road? Retson, R-E-T-S-O-N. Retson fire in Hash Butte County.
Orville 9240 Charlie, that's the end of the June's incident.
9240 Charlie, 0635.
Bald Mountain Butte is a chilling camera that has seen many deaths. All right. So I think I'll start the hashtag for Retson Fire. You don't put a space. Okay, you don't. I just began it. We'll see if it trends or if I'm doing it right. I don't care, frankly. Okay, it is good morning, Jack. Blummer Lake Camp. Hey, Johnson. Good morning. I'm sorry, guys. It's such terrible news. I was just about to go to bed, but you know.
It is smoke from wildfires like this that's darkening our skies. One of the fires, the Bear Fire, is burning up in Butte and Plumas counties. Many homes in Oroville have already burned to the ground. Some Paradise residents who lost everything in the Camp Fire 2 years ago, they are being told to pack up and leave again. The Bear Fire has been burning since mid-August, but powerful 50-mile-per-hour winds stoked those flames, causing the fire to grow exponentially across more than 250,000 acres.
It was coming on me.
So this is before it killed. They just talk about home loss in just a very casual way. It really took people by surprise. It really did. It's just when those winds hit, it made this enormous record-breaking run straight down to the valley and just wiped out 2 towns on the way, Brush and Berry Creek. and it killed people trying to escape in their vehicles, trapped them in their homes, etc. You know the story. And these people were already on edge, already very fire educated, already prepared. The problem was that right before it did that, the containment level grew higher to 70%, and people made the mistake of thinking that containment percentage is safety percentage, that it somehow increases. There is no safer with containment because until it's 100%, it's not 100%. Not in this region, not in California, not in these mountains. It's hell on earth. It's firefighters that come in from elsewhere. They get shell shocked and they see the elephant and they will never swagger ever again after fighting a fire in this region in the world. This no joke. Chile, Peru, Greece, California. These are some of the worst places on earth to fight fire. Parts of the Australian outback, it's a little bit flat, so it's not as comparable. And Gold Coast. But this is a whole other ballgame. This is the seventh circle of hell. And unless you've experienced firefighting here, you will, and you are a local and have seen the winds, you will underestimate it. So I'm going to try to find the totally non-copyright. See later, it's, bear fight. Bear fire turns deadly, moves towards paradise. There's these heartbreaking last texts of people that say, well, we were going to evacuate, but man, they did a great job today with containing it, So this is only snippets, but what I wanted to, that's a very clickbait. They're not even showing the actual run of the fire. That volcanic video is the run of the fire. So I'm super angry that I just can't pluck this and find it. I try not to show too many traumatic things, like actual structures burning down and burnout cars. It's very, very PTSD inducive, right? Triggering. But everybody needs to know what this region, what this specific geographical region is capable of. It has nothing really to do with global warming. It is all geography, the way the mountains are, and the way that wind gets funneled, and it accelerates. And it's, of course, the drought, that has a big part in it. But even in wetter periods, we must remember that paradise was November 8th. Wetter than, like, say, June, July, like right now. So this cannot be underestimated. No matter how small this is, every single one of the fires that turned deadly and erased towns in this region started out pretty freaking small. And people just kind of waited and looked around. And, if I lived anywhere in the region, and I've been near Orville and I visited relatives and stuff, as soon as any sort of hint of evacuation happens, I'm packing. I'm sleeping in my clothes, and I got the phone right next to my ear. I'm looking out the window. I'm waiting for dawn, and I get the hell out. And I did that when I went there to Sterling City for a wedding. And it's
Orville Water Tender 67 staff.
It's just the region where even the experts are blown away, and they just stammer apologies later. They can't imagine it and model.
Respond vegetation in the area of Renson Road, 20T3 line. First unit scene, Renson IC on CDF TAC 11, secondary V-Fire 26, 0641.
Tender 67 responded.
At least the vegetation isn't quite as bone dry as the La Nina, triple La Nina super drought levels. That's not a big consolation, though. I didn't expect the bear fire to do what it did either. But I was fixated on the other fires currently burning at the time. It's shocking to everyone what it did. I will be looking for that video, but it's time for me to take a short little break, and I hope they're going to give us some good updates on this. This is one of the most alarming and worst places in the world to have a fire, and it's a red flag day, and so it's correspondingly one of the worst weather conditions in the world to have a fire in one of the worst spots. So Urban says even in the drought and climate change, have no defense against arsonists paying attention to conditions. Yeah. And as Southern Oregon had a bit of that going on, the scum of the earth come out when firefighters are busy everywhere. Scum of the earth come out. Most arsonists are not out there to like kill, cause mayhem. They're not typically like what you would see a supervillain cartoon character. Like, what kind of mayhem can I cause today? They have just really extremely shallow, selfish motives. Like the one guy who burned people alive in a subway in Korea, he was angry about a botched surgery, and so he wanted to get attention, and so he wanted to light a fire on a subway full of people. And then so he could have a microphone and whine about his botched surgery and how, oh, poor me. And the subway doors got shut and couldn't open again. So don't look that up unless you want super nightmares. But they don't think ahead. They're some of the dumbest people on earth. So like in the motivation for some of the arsons in Southern Oregon in 2020, while the firefighters are busy, trying to save Medford and trying to save this and that town, was stuff like, I want a new truck, so I think I should light my truck on fire. Insurance fraud, like that stuff's very common. And I don't like my neighbor. He's got a crappy yard and his dogs keep me like, But if he was burned out, I bet he'd move. That kind of rationale. It's not really a rationale. It's just it's beyond comprehension. It's brain damage level of reason.
2271, go ahead.
It's a little consolation, I know, but that's why we should, like, if anything is ever suspicious, film license plates, film the crowd. They're dumb enough to remain at the scene of the crime often. Cool thing is, some of them got caught a couple of times when I was on stream by people who are aware and vigilant. I have no idea what could have just caused this, but this is next to a road and right next to a fire lookout of all places. Who knows? It's not like it's hunting season. I'm curious. I'm pretty damn curious about this. A lot of stuff is accidental and accidental stupidity. Like, it's not the time to be pulling over to dry grass and looking for directions in your phone while your muffler and it's igniting it underneath the car and you drive away and don't know. It's just stuff like that can happen, but scum of the earth do come out on the red flag days. So if you see anything remotely suspicious, you can always delete the photo later, but you can't go back and take it. So I'm going to be right back and get some food. So. Keeping an eye on this one. I'm not sleeping until I see this thing contained.
Joshua 1, arrived to Rocky intended.
Crew 1, 0648.
Crew 1. Oroville 9221 Charlie, arrived Rocky incident.
221 Charlie, 0648. B, 0649.
So 2185 arrived to do an incident.
Engine 2185, 0650.
Oroville Junes IC, water tender E2 at scene.
Junes IC, 0651.
B local, scratch generatable.
engine 2252 arrived at the Rocky incident.
252, 0652.
I haven't heard of anyone arriving at the Retson incident. I'm still refreshing myself and trying to get something to eat. I wish they would talk on the scatter when I'm away.
Omega Cruise 2 and 3 en route to the June incident.
Crew 2, 0701.
Crew 2.
Okay. Really wish they would talk, give us an update. Have we even heard so far about one of the units making it? Is it just me, or is nobody talking about it? They're responding to the June's incident, which is Honcut and the Flatlands. You look at the time lapse. It's the first break I've taken in 4 hours and 20 minutes, so just sorry there's kind of dead air, silent. It's just chugging away there. So when they first finally, 45 minutes or so after I saw this fire and the camera did, probably 50 minutes later, they called out a huge amount of units, go and respond to this, but have any of them said we're there? And when at Orville, they're like, yeah, here we are. But Brookfish is watching as well, yeah. Yeah, they need airplanes. It's dawn. Get one. Talk about it. Request one, please. This is one of the worst places ever to have this occur. The big nightmare scenario today for any of these fires to get worse is that more and more and more pop up on a day like this. It's going to happen. California is the size of Italy. Every county has multiple fires break out every day. Just that's true for pretty much everywhere in the country. It's just in other climates and places like Oregon where we had a high of 54 yesterday and it was thunderstormy. That's June for you in Oregon, right? Western Oregon. You don't hear about them. They don't make the news. These little things are popping up every day. It's like oftentimes if they're small enough, people put themselves out and they're like, oh God, my lawnmower. Whew. Thank you, neighbors, for helping me with that one. And that's it. Not even authorities sometimes know about this stuff, but on a high wind day, everything will become big if it's a spark near fuel. Night operations on Division Bravo. Is this LA? Let's see if this is LA. We're listening to LA County Fire V1 and Butte County at the same time. Because we're still going to check on the post fire. There hasn't been an update of what's going on. Okay, that's LA.
Engine 382, Battalion 2106 on command.
We're still monitoring the post fire, even though we haven't had good cams for a long time.
Two.
San Bernardino.
Across the river on the northeast side, there's a couple large rocks that are on the northeast side as you start to pull the hill again. If you would, just push those out of the way so when the dozer transport comes through, they're not going to catch one of those things. We're already well past. We're right behind 381 right now.
Here's the post fire, friends.
Okay, copy.
We are extremely concerned for not only the post fire, as it burned throughout the night as if it was the daytime,
Get past. Shouldn't be a problem.
but this
Yeah,
new.
copy. Yeah, it's just close to the edge there.
I just don't know how they're going to stop it from getting towards Castaic Lake. It's already at Pyramid, so it's at the shores, isn't it? I do want to show you guys what the heck I was talking about. Would have been nice as an example of the record run of the bear fire. The video must be removed. It was so popular. It was just,
LA, Cal Fire Chief 3500 on B1.
Chief 3500, go.
And LA, Chief 3500 on 14 westbound in Santa Clarita, just past Jake's Way. TC, one patient, moderate to major injuries. Do you guys have that call?
Stand by.
this is the bear fire. 3 years ago. Just a snippet of the whole thing. And you can see how windy it is because there's a frame every 1 minute. This is the same.
Cal Fire Chief 3500, affirm we have engine 132 squad 107 responding southbound 14 north of Via Princesa.
Oh, that's not a firefighter.
Yes, that's the call. I'd recommend an airship for the patient for a trauma center.
3500, copy.
I don't think that's a
You're going to
firefighter.
have two patients, one moderate to major injuries and one moderate.
LA copies.
Prayer sent for that person is that's LA County Fire. Not even sure where that occurred. It's really chilly this morning. But in red flag conditions, this is the Axis Lexington Hill cam, which is very close to the Bald Mountain Butte cam, which also saw the bear fire. And it just wasn't that big of a deal until it was a screaming nightmare. Once the wind picked up noon, we need this new fire in Butte County to be contained and wrapped up by noon as the best chance we have of it not becoming something like this. The high wind warning is for the valley, but we know better. We know what happens in the mountains too. I've never really seen the point of saying that, oh, the valley is in red flag, but not the hills. Like, are you kidding me? The non-red flag weather of Southern California yesterday produced that insanely fast post-fire, which I'm not even sure how they're going to deal with it. So I wanted to...
LA, Chief 3500.
Chief 3500, go ahead.
Yeah, just for an update, it's going to be 4 patients, 2 vehicle TC, 1 in the left shoulder, 1 in the right shoulder. If you could upgrade to 2 ambulances, I'd appreciate it.
Ouch.
3500, copy.
That's LA, where we're listening to the post-fire. So this is the exact same total area where the Paradise, the bear fire happened. It changes, unfortunately, speed from time to time. I don't know what they're trying to achieve here, under 10 minutes or something. But you just can't underestimate a wildfire in this region. It starts to generate not only its own wind, It's on hurricane force winds. Yeah, I still am. Wildcat, we've got a fire in Butte County just as I was about to go and relax and try to sleep and get some shut-eye and come back at noon. Noon will be when serious stuff begins to occur. I mean, it's daylight savings time, so it may be more like 2 o'clock, 1 to 2 o'clock. Technically, it's not noon on daylight savings time. We're talking about the sun, the zenith, the maximum heat, the light, blah, blah, blah. It all strengthens fires. And Lexington Hill and Bald Mountain Butte and a couple just right around here have seen a lot of killer fires that they killed because people underestimated everything. Rate of spread, the speed, the region, and even computer modeling can't figure it out. And if we didn't have these videos, people wouldn't believe it. I don't know if I would if I didn't have personal connection and know the landscape myself. It's just unreal and out of this world. And it's something that people spoke about in the 30s, the real old timers, the mega fires like Potomac Burn and earlier like the Peshtigo. It seemed like fanciful. Yeah, this is not a good Father's Day for California's climate and people on edge. This is, I think everybody in Butte County downstream should be alert. And I called for people to call their friends at 6:30 in the morning. Don't be embarrassed about it.
LA Chief 3500.
3500.
CHP on scene now. They have the freeway closed down. If you could have the first engine or squad come to the left shoulder, and second resource go to the right shoulder.
That's LA. Butte County we're listening to as well, and I'm disturbed that people are responding to the fires of yesterday that they could flare up. I'm not dismissing them because the red flag situation. But I want to hear a legion. A legion. I want an army that has an army in tow of an army to respond to what's going on up there by Bald Mountain Butte Lookout Tower. There's no way I can calm down. And I'm trying to remind myself to blink a lot, like my eyes are kind of open in shock, It's remembering what keeps happening year after year, again and again, to a place I'm very familiar with and know and love. It's hard. It's like here I am researching just fire behavior and bookmarking fire teaching videos. And then September 11th stuff came up, and it was enhanced in a way I'd never seen it before, like upconverted. And at this point, it's not the wind, it's not, red flag day, it's creating its own hurricane force winds, and the firestorm truly has begun. And it's spotting 5 miles out ahead of itself, and people are trying to flee downstream, and they can't because the fire's ahead of them, and they can't see that. And it's jumped all lines. It has chewed through all the telephone lines, the cell phone towers. Nobody has any warning. Once again, reverse 911 has failed, just like it failed with Bangor and Loma Rica in 2017, where my friend died. And then the next year, they didn't fully learn all the lessons, and reverse 911 utterly failed again at Paradise. 2019. 2020, we had live on my stream tons of reverse 911 failures all over Oregon and California. And it reinforced the fact that I have to do what I do. This,
31, available in response area.
you have to keep reminding people it's not a
31, 715.
It's not a volcano.
1031.
To tell people about this, they don't believe it. It's going to start generating its own lightning. Same region. 2020. September 8th, it looks like. Part 2. sorry. This is Lexington Hill. There used to be the other cams too, and I was hoping Start was caught, by they had a higher vantage point, the Bald Mountain Butte, which is we're going to return to it in a second, and I'm just hoping that they've arrived to it and they'll just put out while it's small before noon. They can do it before noon. Best hope we can get. And it's the same thing with the post fire. They have to make some serious progress with the post fire. Look at this. That's the bear fire. And yeah, there's entire families of graffiti's are just doomed at this point. And it just doesn't seem possible that flames can rise hundreds and hundreds of feet up into the air. But since the trees are that tall and the winds are now insane, that's what's happening, because the actual things on fire are floating in the air. Like, things are very heavy. Dinner plate in the Caldor, people in Minden, Nevada, across the border, pretty far where the evacuation centers were, dinner plate sized chunks of wood that were on fire, like bark, were flying not only across Christmas Valley from the Echo Summit, which is about 6,500 feet, I guess. And they flew across a valley and over the top of a mountain range. So the altitude was up there around 14,000 feet before it fell down into Nevada, still smoking and a bit hot. Things the size of bowling balls, but like disc shaped. That's how they catch the wind. So some of it is fire's reflection on the underside of the smoke clouds, but some of it is actual
Orville Battalion 2106.
Flames hundreds and hundreds of feet tall here. Not infrared. It's not in infrared mode. It's color.
2106, over.
Routing instructions for the incoming resources. The T-line to the 20T. We're dropping fire road signs. If they just follow the fire road signs and the paint flagging. We got eyes on it now. We're making our way in still. This possibly could be in the Preacher Saddle area. So I'll give you an update when we get in.
Preacher Saddle. I unfortunately have one of my windows frozen.
2106, 0719.
I don't. Was that Butte County? Preacher Saddle. I mean, it's both rugged terrain here. Let's look back at Caltopo, Redson Road. I wish I would say. Which fire they're involved with. I'm trying to mute it.
Responding, Redson Road.
Yes.
Battalion 2106, Redson IC, 0719.
Okay, somebody's talking about it. Fire's approximately right here. It's in front of the lookout camera. Like, I got a pretty dang good idea where it is.
Units responding, Redson Road. Additionally, for routing, access will be the T-line to the 20P. Follow the pink fire road sign. Just a...
Okay. So, the Bald Mountain Butte cam, we know it's pretty close to it because the foreground is in focus. If it zoomed like to Forest Ranch, which I thought it might be doing initially, we'd have the foreground not in focus. So then Flea Mountains saw the smoke drifting to the left, so it's to the right. So I don't know if that's called Preacher Saddle right there. If we go to, it's a little bit downhill here. If we go to Caltopo, all right. Right in there. I say it's in here. If so, they've got some good access, relatively. thank God there's a true fire lookout and a camera, and that means we have to maintain a road there, and no budget cuts or environuts. I am an environmentalist, so extremist. I call them environuts for a reason. Just like Narcolepsy, it has a soul and it feels pain. Like, people like that, just, roads are bad. Okay, whatever. No, they help save the forest because you need to access it to put water on a fire before it becomes that. That is what fire does in this region. You need roads to access this, or you don't have a forest anymore. And if somebody was to argue with me about that, that you can't. That's acceptable to you. Get out of here and don't talk to me. The massive loss of life is acceptable to you, animal, plant, and otherwise. Get out of here. All I gotta say. You have to be reasonable.
Transport 2243, battalion 2106 at command, zone 4.
Nobody should see this coming at them. This is hell. Not in war, not in peacetime. It's the most gruesome way to go. So, we're going to keep an eye on this. Whoa. Flat Mountain has got it's finally looking at it too. Yep, we've got a triangulation, finally.
Those are transport 2243. Battalion 2106 at command, zone 4.
Ah. There it is, friends. And it's quite close. It's quite close.
Yeah, Orville, Battalion 2106.
I'm going to tell...
Correction. Redstone IC, Orville.
Yeah, they're talking about...
Redstone IC, see if you can raise, those are 2243. Those transport 2243 and have them come up on command. We have to give them routing instructions.
Okay, let's do a time lapse of that one, but I don't know why they didn't swing it around in the first place. I don't know who's in charge of these.
Transport 2243, Orville.
If I got permission, I would do a great job with this. We need more of these cameras on the landscape because finding the fire very fast is critical. There isn't, the clock is ticking. It's more than an hour since, it's exactly an hour since I said that last time. I don't think that they've even arrived to it yet. It's alarmingly larger now. The thing about
Transport 2243 Orville. Be local.
True forest fires.
Come up on command for Battalion 2106. Be command zone 4. 0725.
They look harmless. They look harmless in the morning because the smoke hugs the ground in a weird way, and it's almost like a filter. It's like, you know, smoking in the boys' room in
2206, 2243, on command.
In high school. And
yeah, when you come up on the T-line, we might have to have you offload right there at the 20T line. We'll try to find another way for you to get in, but you got that stretch trailer, so we might have to have you track all the way in. I'll try to find another access for you. Just hail me when you get to that location.
Retardant,
I
get...
copy right there at the intersection of the R line and the T line right there, Jackass Flat.
You'll come in on the T line. You'll turn off arresting and come in on the T line probably a mile and a half, 2 miles, and then you'll see the 20T intersection. That's what we took up. Just get a hold of me when you get to that location. I'm going to try to get you another route in.
I copy it.
You have to physically meet, but if we had internet access everywhere, which we need just get on this already. This BS that we don't have that.
2206, 2243.
He'd have the same map I'm looking at.
2106, go ahead.
Just show it.
Is it above the T line, or is it on the left-hand side of the T line going in?
It could be up in the Preacher Saddle area is where we're heading. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that area, but it's up towards the top of the ridge.
I copy. I seen it when I came around. It looked like it was out on that point.
Affirmative. Yeah, we're almost in now. Cruiser's coming into it.
Ops Division.
So it's a pretty narrow. That 20T is pretty narrow for you.
Copy.
I was trying to say that forest fires look really innocent in the morning. They don't have the power and the fuel. There's a lot of the smoke is not visible, but it's there. It's hugging the ground. It's not really being absorbed by trees, but it's like, you know, clumsy kids in before school and smoking in the bathroom trying to do this and, you know, dissipate it, and that's just kind of what the forest does. And when the wind just starts giving it that fuel it needs and the sun comes out and everything just gets hotter, the fire triangle is fuel, oxygen, heat makes fireworks. There's this dew on things, almost dampness. You ever woken up in a wet sleeping bag? Yeah, it's probably one of the last days of dew existing. And as soon as those conditions are gone, the character changes rapidly. And I'm already concerned about the smoke column here. It's much bigger than an hour ago. Oops. Duplicate the tab. So what I'm frustrated about is if we had internet access everywhere, you know, it doesn't even have to be Starlink. Just put some more towers somewhere. And, you know, if it saves $1 billion disaster from occurring, because our firefighters could talk to each other and we could, you know, find missing persons and stuff too. Money well spent. It's really not that expensive. Just subsidize the telecom companies and shut up and then enjoy the benefits where, well, we just don't have as many disasters as we used to. Isn't that funny? Oh, he would be taking a screenshot of this map that he has, and he would be drawing with his finger the route. He put an X where he thinks it is, a little question mark with his finger in different paint colors. He'd hit send. Buddy would be like, okay. And then he would update with his like little wristwatch, which keeps track of his location. All firefighters should have that. Some sort of a tracker on them. Structure or wildland. Just makes sense. He'd be like, see me on the map? I'm visible. And he'd turn on yours too. And he goes, okay. He goes, no, you just took the wrong road. Left. No, your other left. The harder left. Yes. Perfect. Because I'm a little bit weary of hearing about places burned down and homes burned to the ground because people get lost. And somebody goes, okay, I'll be there in 10 minutes. I'll be there in 30 minutes.
91 Orville, return to quarters.
And they don't show up, and they're out of cell phone range. And some of the firefighters go back to try to find them. It's ridiculous. Now this is back to LA. We want to keep an eye on this, and let's see in dawn's light what's going on. The clock's ticking to noon. I'm really not sure what the plan is to keep it from flowing all the way down towards Castaic and these death trap neighborhoods that have like one way out and houses jam-packed in. I was going over them last night and I just couldn't believe it. Just trying to figure out how they'll protect everything further down the canyon. I thought, well, I hope there's just not a lot of structures because they don't have a good way to put in lines. It's too steep. The wind's too bad. It's too fierce. Let's just do another little 15 minutes. Our good cameras are like AWOL again. Chasing other stuff. So I went over that with Caltopo. San Bernardino is looking better because at least the fire's gone down to the flatland. It's still a nightmarish canyon with no road access, etc. For the post down there. As somebody who's lost people to wildfire,
Oroville, water tender 55 available.
this region I am on edge. We won't ignore anywhere else. Yeah, Andrea, exactly. Welcome. Smoking Joker, good morning, everyone. Well, we've had a few actually. This is the first outbreak, I'd say. It's like it's not the first case of the measles of the year. It's the first, like, all the kids at school are sick. It's the first crisis day was yesterday. Much of Northern California is a red flag again, and I really just don't understand how chunks of California can be and won't. But if fire starts, the same result will happen. But they like to. Do you think down here fire behavior can't be as bad as up there? Look what the hell happened yesterday with the post. It just raced.
Pike County, 0732. Pike County.
It's 5% humidity predicted for the Oroville area, which is. And Chico, 5, not 15, 5. Some ovens that have baking cookies inside are a little bit more moist in there because the cookies releasing some moisture. So I just struggle. That whole relative humidity is going to be a high of 18% relative humidity. What in God's name is a prescribed burn doing? What is this? Okay. When did they like this?
Oroville, water tender 55. View command code. Tone 2, how do you copy?
Water tender 55, scratchy but readable, go ahead.
They're prescribed
water
burning?
Water tender 55 available.
Water tender 55, come up on view local, water tender 55.
This is Butte County we're hearing. The forecast was triple digits a little bit ago. Why in God's name are you doing any sort of prescribed? California is... okay. I need my own support group, man. We all do, don't we? Which one, Midnight Eagle, are you asking about? We've got a lot to monitor here. Just as I was about to get a nap and wake up around 1, which is when all hell tends to break loose due to the sun, putting some heat. I was one of the first people to spot this horrible new fire near Paradise. This, and it just looked like steam, like it looked like a cloud.
Copy. Come up on view local. Valley View.
That's the most concerning thing to me. So yeah, let me know which one you're asking about. Hey, running on empty 22. How are you doing? I hope you guys. It is Father's Day, isn't it? Last time I had sleep was the 14th.
Oroville, water tender 55 available.
Water tender 55, return to quarters.
So if anybody didn't...
Water tender 55.
See if I can get a good... I think it may have destroyed my really cool time lapses of like the post, and especially people who missed the insanity of yesterday and last night. The post took off and
Oroville resting, I see.
acted like it was noon. Yes, last night at midnight. I've I've been monitoring the fire since 6:30 yesterday.
Valley View 3.
I've been live for 8 or 9 hours, and last time I
About an acre of timber, a slow rate of spread, backing down off of the hill into a drainage. Continue your response for now. Any ETA on the Kern strike team?
yesterday, get there yesterday.
Always move up and cover. Engine 44, cover station 81. Engine 2180, cover station 82. Stand by for response check back, 0737.
This is way too slow.
For at least the dozer, get that back out. I don't think we'll be able to use them in here. It's pretty tight timber. We might have to bring the crew in though, and just confirming 2 water tenders responding.
Affirmative.
They need retardant ropes to get the aircraft.
Rest, I see.
It's always heartbreaking when somebody underestimates what a fire can do in this region.
Orville, rest, and I see. Additionally, one of the volunteers from Company 12 did pick up an occupant on the road. Confirming, do we have prevention responding?
Rest and IC, Orville, negative.
What was on the road?
Copy. Do we have any prevention on duty today? Yeah, if we could start 1 prevention officer.
Prevention of
Rest and IC, 0730.
prevention of what now? All right, so if you turn on the fire history, why I'm this concerned and was, quite frankly, I was a bit freaked out this morning. The last time I slept was the 14th. I slept from 8 p.m. to 2:30 in the morning. Don't know why I woke. Couldn't get back to sleep. Went to the airport, did the exercise, was dead tired, ready to fall asleep at my relative's house. All hell broke loose around 6:30 p.m. with multiple fires breaking out. Vacaville, they pounced on it good. There's the campfire right there. This one big ass huge thing. Clear Lake had one. Huncut had mandatory evacuations, which I thought was Yuba County, but technically over to Butte County. Ripped through the orchards and tried to jump LaPorte Road. Thank God they got it before it climbed up into the hills by LaPorte Road. So there's still many this morning responding to it. At the same time, something breaks out north fork of the Feather River on the north side, just beyond the bridge. Rips through some neighborhoods. I think they saved the structures, and they had a brain tumor patient that had to be evacuated who was trapped, without somebody picking him up, unable to self-evacuate. That was biting the fingernails off sort of a thing. The post-fire just was this thing that started, I don't know, on I-5 down in the corner of Ventura County. It's all happening at the same time, roughly. Ventura County, Kern County, and that's the one that's, show you guys with the map gesture here. It moved with incredible speed. Just
2121, my line command center 0740.
Prevention's responding. This broke out a long time ago. I have no idea. I watched this for an hour and I started nervously tweeting, guys, why is nobody seeing the smoke on the cams? Like I was just. Joe says apparently a firecraft doesn't fly until after 8 a.m. Well, earlier today, the post people requested dawn. It's technically.
Orville with response check back, move up and cover. Engine 41, cover station 81.
First of all, it's daylight savings time, so let's consider 7 o'clock, 8. We're talking about light visibility safety, right?
Confirm response, cover station 81.
Unless
44.
it's about pilots timing out
2180, cover station 82.
due to fatigue, right? So as opposed, it may have been a vehicle accident or something related, but here's I-5. The post fire just takes off like a damn rocket. I had this cool.
And I see Dozer 2243.
I had a cool time lapse. It looks like it's destroyed it with just updating. Like the Windows updating happens sometimes. Unfortunately, prior to broadcasts that were troubled, I went straight from the airport to my relatives. I don't have a laptop, so if anybody could please, I am on a donation campaign.
Dozer 2243, rest in IC. You have traffic.
I'm staged up down here at the 20T. You want me to unload or stay loaded?
Please put $1 in the PayPal tip jar. I need a laptop.
Stand by. Let me tie in with Company 12 volunteer and see if we can get you around. This thing's not quite big enough. It's in between needing iron and not. So we'll leave you out there staged for just a minute.
What?
Copy.
Needing iron. Any firefighters want to interpret that jargon? So, yeah, don't wait for the clock to say something. It's like, can you bend the rules slightly, FAA? Just like get your heads out of where you stuck them. Like, do not revoke the pilot's license because the guy jumped in the Chinook with his coffee 20 minutes earlier than he should have. Or 20 minutes later. Would you just calm your tits, FAA. Just calm your tits. This is a crisis if left unattended, and I've been covering the post all night. This is the third or fourth stream because I don't have a good laptop. And I was out on the road and not more than an hour away from home when there's just multiple evacuations and crises are breaking out. So Clear Lake, Oroville, Honcut down kind of by Marysville, sort of. We had a thing down on I-5 which turned into post fire, which went down a wind tunnel of like extreme, just baffling speed. It surprised the hell out of me. It just went bam. I mean, look at this wind tunnel of insanity. It was even more impressive from before. Like, I really don't know how to start it, but it was right next to McDonald's parking lot. All of a sudden, on the radio, they're saying the cars are melting in the parking lot, and we need everybody we can get. Kern County is called in. It's in a triangulated area where Kern County meets Ventura meets unloading the dozer. Thank you, Michael Downs, and welcome. Thank you. Really, I just need like $1 from a lot of people. We had 700 people look at the first stream before it quit because I don't have a good laptop. It's destroyed. I was borrowing my mom's, who met me at a different relative's house, and I was struggling for hours to try to go live and make settings and adjust and tweak in order to get this critical stuff out. All of a sudden, I think a firefighter was burned. All of a sudden, let's evacuate him down from the post fire. Can we get the skies cleared of the airplanes from this region so that we can get a helicopter to get him out? I'm not sure it was a firefighter, but it sounded like it. They're like, there's a patient at Oroville who is trapped up there and can't evacuate with a brain tumor. He can't drive. Somebody go get him. I'm going, holy crap. Meanwhile, this thing is taking off like a rocket down the post fire. Clear Lake's having issues, which it's a bad place to have issues. Cash App. Oh yeah. Okay, I think I have that. I have Venmo. Oh, I forgot to add Venmo. Venmo to the stream. But there's also a super chat button. They take 30%, unfortunately. You're so kind. You're so wonderful. Does Venmo work? I should have. It was seriously on my to-do list to try to set all this up, but between my tooth cracking, kind of being audited, the kind of life events I've had since Christmas were basically like my dog died, my wife left me, and I got audited. And Like I had issues. So I want to make it as easy as possible for donations to occur because I've got to get past this stuff, get my pro gear going. This is mostly all set up. I need to assemble an L-shaped desk and put on some legs, put my third monitor up, but you can see that I have smooth, I'm capable of streaming 4K 60 frames a second technically from this. I just don't because I need a heck of a lot more hard drive space to do that. I'd have to set up a NAS and a RAID to save the videos as they go because lightning struck my building once and like there's a nuclear flash and I was screaming and it happened again and because I wasn't recording at the time, YouTube deleted it even though I told them not to and stuff like that happened. So Smoking Jumper, I'm declaring California 100% red flag right now as I do not understand the reasoning behind the stickler. Somebody could explain it to me, I would still spit, okay? Red flag is supposed to tell the public there's fire danger, but red flag was present in the Northern Valley. But if you just saw the replay of the post and what it did,
Transport 2140 available.
Who cares if it's 2% less or more humidity to qualify for red flag?
747.
Yeah.
Transport 2140.
It's California's in critical fire danger. Don't even fart out there. You know? Careful with eating popcorn. Don't make a spark. You know? Like don't buckle your belt, you know, just
Orville engine 2186 available.
report anything at all that's weird or anybody being stupid. So thankfully we're listening to Butte County still. I'll put LA back on in a second. They were making some bad noises. I just want to summarize.
173 Oroville Drive, Unit A Alpha.
Sorry, we're going to get medical for Butte County sometimes. So Reno had stuff popping up. Eastern Washington was ablaze, and I couldn't even get to it. All I wanted to do was sleep, but adrenaline kind of struck me. If you saw the
Engine 63, Viet Medics, medical, ill female, 173 Oroville Drive, Unit A Alpha, between Bluff.
I'm trying to mute that for privacy reasons. I can't always. I do have one thing that'll help enhance the stream that I can get to work. I got a Go XLR and I got a nice microphone. But
all night resources are making their way off. Engine 2196 available.
Oh great, an engine is available.
2196, come up on
Leaving the Oroville Rocky Fire, which thank God they got a handle of that really fast. That was good pouncing on their part.
Oroville engine 2196 available response there.
Send it to this terrifying thing in Butte County, guys.
96, 749.
This
engine 2196.
This is a crisis if left unattended. If you've seen this camera angle, it should chill you to the bone. This camera, Bald Mountain Butte, as I tweeted, has seen a lot of death. Multiple insano fires that once the wind hit them and the conditions got perfect, it took everybody by surprise. Experts, boots on the ground, veterans, newbies, locals, me, everybody. It just roared and broke records. It defied what people thought possible and became that. This is the Bear Fire, the Bear Claremont fire, and a lot of people, a lot more people would have died if Brush and Berry Creek had a higher population. They were just small communities north side of Lake Oroville. So this is uphill. This is the same neck of the woods where this is the seventh circle of hell for fighting fires. And if this stuff wasn't filmed, nobody would believe this. Everybody thinks, is there a dragon doing this? You know, like it's a movie. It's it generates its own lightning. The flashes are the lightning. There's so much ash and burning particles that it's creating static electricity, which is the same way that volcanoes produce lightning, because ash is like really dry. It's different. Wood ash is different. But the tremendous amount of heat makes the air so staticky and dry that the particles in it react and lightning. So the lightning is shooting out from the actual firestorm, causing the strangest spot fires imaginable.
Orville rest, I see.
So that's this is video number 2. And
I see Orville.
look how innocently it started.
Quick update. We're putting the fire probably a half to 3/4 acre timber. We can go ahead and cancel the dozer, continue the crew and prevention, and cancel the additional water tender.
What?
Those crews 2 and 3 arrived during the incident.
Zero 752. Break.
It's almost 8. Don't cancel the tender. Need it later, please.
Units responding. Not at scene. Residents cancel. Return to quarters. Transport 2243.
Okay. What's that?
2243 copies. Water tender 67.
Water tender 67 at quarter mile out.
Water tender 67. Cancel. Water tender 67.
Don't cancel. Send the engine from Orville.
Both units come up on mute local. 0750.
I mean, it may not be able to technically reach it right now. You want it on hand. You don't want it to snake up the slow, really bumpy roads when you need it. It's nerve-wracking.
Orville, transport 2140, staffing change. CADWeb's been updated.
Nerve-wracking. Okay, so
2140. Are you in quarters?
Out.
2140 0755.
2140.
Orville, Hill Mountain Crew 1, en route, the Rocky incident.
Hill Mountain Crew 1. Come up on Butte Command Tone 4. Butte Command Tone 2.
Rocky is the Orville fire from yesterday. It's above, just north of the easternmost bridge. That's on the
Hill Mountain Crew 1 responding to the Rocky incident.
north of the Forbes Town area. So thank you. I love you guys.
91 Medical 1083 Grand Avenue.
And really, hitting the like button makes us trend. So the YouTube thinks everything is an entertainment show, and when people share it and like it, I hate that sound. Sorry, it's trying to talk over me.
En route to the Rocky incident.
Unless people are hitting.
Medical difficulty breathing. 1083 Grand Avenue.
I mute that. So I'm watching this get bigger, and the best chance you have when a fire is new is get it under control. Get it in hand by noon the next day. I saw this around 6:15. Trying to go to bed. I wanted to set up a grid of images of all the fires, and I was trying to show people how you can do it with these camera systems. And like here's the post right here.
Hill Mountain Crew 1, how do you copy on command?
Just listen to Butte County. And then I just saw it. I went, oh crap.
Crew 1, Orville, loud and clear.
Just randomly.
Hill Mountain Crew 1, en route to the Rocky incident.
That's Oroville.
Tillamook Crew 10756.
Sorry. Did not mean to do a 12-hour on you. All was quiet on the Western Front last night. Dawn was breaking, and I thought I could finally sleep. And oh yeah, this is the other camera. The way that I discovered it was I was just kind of scrolling around the general California, like so. So you get more and more images of the cams on the right side of the screen. I'm sorry, I resized the window and did not fix it because I'm quite tired. And I had emergency dental problems. I was just absolutely driven nuts by pain. I was sedated and had the procedure on Wednesday. Didn't feel it. They felt the pain later. Couldn't sleep at all Thursday.
Rest and I see.
Got 5.5 hours. Woke up. I've been awake still since, and
I see, Orville.
it's pretty bad pain.
Yeah, we're going to hold on to water tender 67. He's unable to turn around. We're going to pull his load of water off, and then he'll go available here once he fills back up on the pavement. So we're going to keep him committed for probably the next 30 minutes.
Thank you. Yeah, hit the like button. And it's open question and answer time. I just kind of get talked over a lot. It's critical to listen to the scanners. What was frustrating is like I'm still trying to figure out.
2180, Orville.
Finally, an update for San Bernardino. The cameras moved away from it, and we went deaf, dumb, and blind, and they didn't talk on the radio. Now it said an hour ago. 1,300 acres.
2180, Orville.
Minimal activity in the evening, but the last thing on the cameras was like at dusk. So I had to nervously watch the satellite images, see if we've got that insane huge thing.
2180, Orville.
There is the Dixie. That insane huge thing is the
2180.
Paradise. The bear is right here.
2180, change in assignment, cover station 35, engine 2180.
Oh, they're calling it Claremont.
Engine 2180.
Sir 59.
I used to be able to draw on the screen, but until I get my third monitor, that won't happen. Is it? Do you guys like the ultra wide look? Is it weird? If you like it, let me know. Hey, Small One Night, how you doing? Hope everybody's safe in this crazy time. It's gonna be a long weekend. And Outback, thank you so much. It's wonderful. And you guys deserve your hearts. Your hearts. And get that laptop. No more technical problems. I'm pretty dang good with the hardware. So the too much is let's do this. 2020.
Morning report.
They started calling it the North Complex. I just call it the volcano. Crew on the North Complex in California overrun.
Chief Officer Coverage, Duty Chief, Division 2102, Battalions 1 and 8, Battalion 2118, Battalion 2 and 4, Battalion 2114, Battalion 5 and 9, Battalion 9B, Battalion 6 and 7, Battalion 2116, Prevention Duty, Prevention 2121, Safety Duty none, ECC Duty, Fire Captain Horry. Today's fire danger ratings, grass moderate, brush moderate, timber moderate. End of morning report, KBZ 21.
What? Moderate. Moderate. Okay, Orville's right there. By the way, that's Paradise. The white is the fire footprint. So let's see if I can get this bigger. Okay, I'm just going to read you the red flag warning for Oroville, which is right down there. Just that there, Oroville. Here's where the fire is up there. Hope we can see that. Humidity will be a low of 5% today. 5. That's not a typo. It's 5. There will be a high of 18%, and this is NOAA's red flag warning for Oroville, California. Current conditions updated 2 hours ago. It still hasn't updated. Come on. Still hasn't updated. Okay, 66 and clear. High of 89. And unless, here's what it bothers me so much about weather apps and the way they release the weather thing is it's schizophrenic. It's like, oh, it's going to be great. No, it's not. It's going to be great. No, it's not. Scary. No, it's going to be great. Scary. You know, it's insane. I'm sorry. I don't mean to belittle that condition, but it's, if you just read, and a lot of weather apps just do the daily, it says today, sunny with a high of 89, calm wind becoming west 5 to 9 miles in the morning. Winds could gust as high as 18. There is the red flag warning that not all weather apps will do. It is the special weather statement is what it's called. This one, red flag. Red flag warning remains in effect for the Oroville area and basically most of Northern California and the valley and all the hills up to, you know, Shasta, etc., down towards the Bay Area, etc. Red flag warning remains in effect until 8 p.m. Monday for gusty winds and low humidity for the fire zones of yada yada yada. Winds northerly 10 to 20 miles an hour, gust of 25 to 35. Strongest winds along the western half of the Sacramento Valley. Humidity. The minimum relative humidity of 5% today.
Oroville, engine 2386.
And 18.
Engine 2386, Oroville.
Engine 2386, engine 2356, 2354, and engine 2362 released from the June incident, returning NEU.
Go to the new one before it becomes all huge. So that looks innocent. Let's start the bear. That is also the bear later after it's wiped out several towns and killed like a dozen or so. I don't have a clear memory of watching that live. It's we were live 2020. I think I was covering Oregon. It was just all hell's breaking. So okay, the rest of the red flag warning for Northern California today is the highest of the humidity, minimum relative humidity of 5% to 18 today and Monday. Poor relative humidity recoveries at night. When it's supposed to be all dewy, it's not going to be. It's going to be 30 to 45% humidity. Locally, lower along the western edge of the Sacramento Valley. So hold on to your butts over there by Maxwell and such. Hayfork. Highest threat, northern and central Sacramento Valley, especially west of I-5 and elevations that are below 2,000, so the hills. Hold on to your butts. Impacts, the combination of gusty wind and low humidity can cause fire to rapidly grow in size and intensity. Outdoor burning is not recommended. I like the word forbidden. I don't think it's used enough. Insano is, I don't know.
Extreme medics at team time 0757.
A red flag warning means that critical fire weather conditions are either occurring now
0805.
or they will shortly. The combo of strong winds, low humidity, and warm temps can produce extreme fire behavior. If you're wondering what the word extreme means in a technical sense, technical, no joke, no sarcasm, this. Because extreme, there isn't a more, there is no stronger term. I don't even have a chart or even know what the rest of the word is. I don't care, honestly. apocalyptic is like what I would call it, but that's religious. They probably won't adopt that. So really, thank you all for hitting the like button, trying to get this info out. The bear started out like that. So this morning, I really wanted to go to bed after the Encino night that we had. I was just trying to show people how with cameras you can make a grid, and I was going to set it all up, a grid of 6 ultra wide screen. It would all update. We would leave Butte County going at the same time as LA, Butte County, or not Butte County, the post fire, a couple on San Bernardino. It's something else like Oroville. So I went up to look at Oroville, and I just happened to, as you zoom in, the things on the right, the camera views on the right, are only what you can see on the left, like all the little blue ones. So there's fewer and fewer and fewer as you zoom in. Like you see the little blue. Yeah, it's like a bird beak, And I just happened to do this and went, what? What? And it was
0800 hour indices grass, IC7, sprint component 17, dispatch level medium. Brush, IC20, BI 33, dispatch level medium. Timber, IC25, BI 38, dispatch level medium. End of indices 0808.
Oh, okay. So, please, if you're just tuning in, this I don't joke about safety or anything. This is the Lexington Hill Cam right now. It's in a panoramic thing mode. Same exact camera as that. Wait, is it Lexington Hill 1 or 2? Well, there's 2 on the hill. I think 1 is up here, 2 is down. So it's one of the cameras of death. I give the nickname to Bald Mountain Butte is also. So it's like, oh, there goes Paradise, and there goes Brushberry Creek. There goes, yeah. You can. It just speaks for itself. That's all. So we just have to remember that's the way it started. So imagine my shock today, and I'm just trying to set up like an Orville cam, and I'm just like happy they pounced on it. And it just showed trees earlier. Bald Mountain Butte 1. Let's show you a 3-hour time. Well, first it was like this, and then it did that. And I just almost yelled and had a bit of a reaction, like, no, a red flag day like that. Oh no. No. And we know that the weather forecast is not a perfect solid gold. We all know that the weather is always what they say it is, right? So in this region, this should be mandatory training because firefighters get assigned. They don't get, if you want to fight fires in Plumas County, you love Plumas County, well, too bad. They'll take you where you're needed. So it's just the way it works.
Oroville, Valley View Crew 5, release from the Rocky incident available.
So a lot of times the volunteer firefighters,
5, return to TGU, 0810.
They don't have to go anywhere, so they know they kind of stay and fight fires.
Engine 2386, 56, 54, and engine 2362 live in the unit.
They become very, very aware of behavior and weather, especially in their area.
0810.
But the ship-ins, the firefighters from elsewhere, they can be completely unaware of that they have entered the 7th circle of hell, one of the worst places on earth to fight fires. It's Portugal, it's California, it's Greece, Chile, Peru. We have big mountain chains next to big oceans and interactions with jet streams and blah, 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 blah. Powerful winds, insane mountains, and they can do the impossible. all of these things, if a computer spat out what happened since 2018, nobody would believe it.
2386, Orville.
If it was just computer modeling, nobody would believe it. But this red are very recent fires. Entire gigantic chunks of
2386, Orville.
the forest of California are missing just since 2018. The red and the orange. And that's, you got to remember, California's the size of Italy. The red doesn't matter in the desert. It's supposed
Engine 2386, Orville.
it's supposed to happen. It's not supposed to burn down forests to the point where they can't grow back because all the seeds are dust.
Contact 0812.
This is a man-made phenomenon because we just we screwed up in a variety of ways.
Orville, transport 2140, available on quarters.
Transport 2140, 0812.
Transport 2140.
I'm gonna get into that. My throat is incredibly sore.
2180 available, station 35 response here.
Engine 2180, 0812.
2180.
This is so close to the fire lookout. Is that
Engine
ironic?
2164, release from the Rocky incident, available.
That's a funny face melting thing. Yeah. Sorry, I
2164, return to quarters.
had part of chat behind a window.
Engine 2164.
Okay. So urban says 11 a.m., 35% relative humidity. It might be an issue. No rain in the fifth day. Yeah. When was the last time it rained? Thank you so much for your kind support. I'm trying to fundraise for a laptop. I got once again caught.
Bill, engine 2184, release from the Rocky incident, available.
In the field with no way to
Engine 2184, return to quarters.
with no way to go live. I have
184.
I think I have 38 tabs open. Accounts open, multiple cameras, doing the time lapses. Each one of them is taking up some memory. I have 32 gigs of RAM. This is a Ryzen 9 5900X that I built with a lot with the donation money, but mostly with my own. Because in 2020, when I tried to do this, it didn't work. And I had a pretty old computer, so I just did what I had to do. I didn't take any donations in 2020 and realized after it went on and on and on and on, the crisis, day after day, that I think I streamed for like 3 months straight and had no income for 3 months, not like normal. Not the, like building computers for people, tech support. I just knew that I had to be there for people, and I didn't fathom how that would be. In 2021, I finally accepted donations, and they were good because the Calder and the Dixie affected so many people, and I got dedicated at that point. I knew that the government just doesn't have its stuff together, and journalism is dying. It's just not covered. It's not reported the way it needs to be, and every county, and not just counties, agencies. The sheriff's office might have a Twitter. Each different county's Office of Emergency Services might have a different account. They might have a Facebook instead. They might have a website. They may get around to updating it. They may not. Some of them use code red. Some push to cell phones. Some still have a reverse number one landline system, and that has never really worked. And people can't keep track of it, but it's behind logins. It's make an account with Facebook. People told me that they were like in their driveways and there's smoke coming, and there's mandatory evacuation, and they actually didn't know where to go. And they were trying to log into Facebook because their county or their agency or the Forest Service had made a website, a little Facebook page about it. And okay, let's go back to LA too. And just to see the evacuation maps, you have to make an account. they're like panicking, trying to peck in the phone their password, and they got it wrong too many times, and it says, "Oh, check your email and reset your password." And they didn't have email set up on their phone yet, so they're now trying to set up email on their phone, and they lose their cell phone service. They drive back to their house to get back to their Wi-Fi, and they're like backing up the car, and like fire's coming over the mountain behind them, and they're like, "We need the map. We need the map. Get the map. Get the map." Going, oh God. That's why I've got the tabs open. I don't even know how many counties California has anymore. It rained, Urban says 3 days ago. Okay, triple digit temps down in the valleys. The heat will rise out of the valley, and this will change everything about this cute little fire if left to its own devices. This is its last 30 minutes. I was one of the first people, unfortunately, to find this fire. Was not looking for it, pure luck or curse. I had to go to Twitter and said, "Are you guys seeing this?" When the camera swings around, it moves. Somebody in charge of the cameras has noticed. Back in the day, they used to say, "Please call when you see smoke." They just said that to all people. I used to call them in. A couple of them I reported on my own, just back in the day, 2020 and such. Now we've got better at having teams monitoring them and moving them around. And so now they say, well, when the camera pivots and stays on smoke, it's probably already been reported. But an hour went by before Butte County gets on scanner radio and even says, guys, go over to it. Meanwhile, it's going. Sent me to panic. I start going into Twitter, like, seriously? Spinny says, did the post grow to, there's a heart in front of what said. I can't move that icon. Are you seeing, Allison? Well, oh yeah, I couldn't go to sleep or leave. I got stuck at my relative's house after the exercise. I was involved in an exercise for the Cascadia subduction zone quake, where the pilots, well, private pilots volunteered to take supplies in the event of the earthquake. So a really cool organization called ODAR. It's right here. If you want a tax-deductible donation, go there. It took off like a damn rocket, and at midnight it was acting like it was new. So it was alarming. It was insane. And meanwhile, the laptop I'm borrowing from my relatives failed and dumped the stream twice. People kept saying, "I can't hear you. You're cutting in and out." The webcam couldn't function at the same time as the stream showing the screen.
Oroville, strike team 9254 Golf available from the Rocky incident.
And it froze. So meanwhile, here they are just fighting this Insano fire, the post fire, and they never stopped I-5 traffic. I'll show you. It was an inferno above and regular traffic going by on I-5. It's surreal. And I'll go back and pause there.
9254 Golf. Return to TGU.
Good morning, Nova. And Kathy Cross, hey.
9254 Golf, copy.
Kathy crosses will never understand why peeps move somewhere and do not immediately identify natural threats and find the right place to get emergency info and then end up right where these folks end up. Yeah, it's trust that authorities will do something. After losing my friend to wildfire in 2017, it's close to where this Paradise Fire and the Bear Fire was, that's my personal wake-up call, but people that experience Santa Rosa and other places, let's go back to the post-fire. Darn, I had the perfect time lapse, but it seemed to have auto-refreshed. So we could go back to my broadcast, though. duplicate a YouTube. It's going to be weird going back to my own channel to view what I did last night. I've never gotten used to this. See, I had to restart it. It was very troubled. People couldn't hear me. I had to unplug the webcam and I was gesturing my hands and things, and that little dinky laptop just couldn't handle it. So, Doa says any info I find is from 9+ hours ago. Which one? Oh, Hesperia. Good news. Minimal activities out tonight. So I had people coming in and out, worried about it. But you know what they did? They took the cameras and looked elsewhere without telling us why they did that. They're looking for new starts. Okay, but the cameras never swung back to show us what the hell's happening. At dusk, it was flaring up. It was definitely finding some trees or something nuts to chew on. I go look at the post fire. It goes insane. All of a sudden, the firefighters go, okay, is that run that it's making going to threaten the fire station? Fire station 77. Oh, I found out there's 2 of them in LA County. There's 2 fire station 77s. Yeah. This one was made out of wood, had a wooden fence around it and a bunch of trees overhanging it, and I just... Okay, it almost burned down twice yesterday. So I go back and look at Hesperia, and they don't have the cams on it. So I was nervous. We turned on listening to San Bernardino, and they said almost nothing for 5 hours. The cool thing, though, about it is I said, okay, we're deaf, dumb, and blind there, but let's see if there's new flare-ups. So I reassured people best I could that we didn't have any new heat detections, and it was really fading out. Sorry, this is the wrong app scheme. Now the other computer can't handle this, too many layers. It was really chuggy. So I try to reassure people by turning on the activity of the GOES satellites, which come around every 25 minutes or so. Right, San Francisco, Santa Barbara, Oxnard. There we are. That's what you want to see. Lots of gray, lots of yellow. After 12 hours of no new flare-ups, it'll finally disappear. But the gray is the last stage of the color. You don't want to see red. Red means a new flare-up in the last 10 minutes of this timestamp. When the satellite flew over. So we had yellow. Yellow lasts 1 to 6 hours. So I said, guys, as long as there's no red happening, I'm going to assume the stupid cams are elsewhere.
2163 available.
And the silence on the radio is good.
Engine 2163, return to quarters.
The bash mode.
Engine 2163.
You're the president of my club now. You're the #1 super support. You're the angel at the top of my Christmas tree.
Orville, rest and IC.
Yeah. I also gave it a little assessment. It's got everything going for it where the post doesn't. I'm sorry, the post is looking... I'm frightened for it. Let's listen, though. This is Butte County. This is terrifying. This is terrifying.
Yeah, you ready for an updated lat and long and acreage?
Yes, please. Acreage. I was about to go to bed to bash mode when Butte County, right above Paradise, smoke. I almost screamed. I've been awake since the 14th.
Rest and IC, Orville, go ahead.
Wait, what's the Latin long? Let's take it down.
Yeah, north 39 degrees, 56.781. By west, 121 degrees, 29.956. Updated acreage is 0.2 of an acre.
What? How do you write that down? 0.2 2/10. That's a decimal fraction. What? What's a I'm too tired for math.
Preston IC 0826.
Okay, I was just showing people what the heck the bear fire did in the same region, and we have a high of, or a low of 5% relative humidity in the red flag zone. That's also known as California's valley. So, yeah, Dovis is so far no winds have started yet here. Just only saw 7% containment.
Orbital Strike Team 9250 Charlie has been released from the June incident. Returning to TTE with the ET of 0900.
Just because it's small doesn't mean it's freaking deadly. I heard chainsaws going in the back. It's a good sign. But the clock is ticking to noon. I mean real noon, not daylight savings noon. And if winds pick up in the valley, they're saying 35. Mountain winds could be a hell of a lot. Just add 10, and then on the peaks add 10 on occasion. Try to educate people about why.
Striking 9250 Charlie 027.
Emotionally distressed. That's how the bear fire started, and sorry about the flashing. That's how it ended up. It killed a lot of people. Shocking the world. So, on a red flag day, seeing fire break out in the same area, I was just about in tears this morning. So a good thing about the fire down here by San Bernardino is it's gone to the flatlands, and you want to see roads that cross the T. So strangely, the wind bounced off the terrain, and it did a J. So it came in from the north, bounced off the mountains, and did a J. And I'm still learning about this region. It's bizarre. There's a Bermuda Triangle in California right there. I'm just going to call it that. So the Mojave Desert and all these interactions. So where did it go? Sorry, get lost. There. It's like Arrowhead where they do the water bottle stuff. EMA Ron. Oh, hey Lisa Lee, how you doing? Thanks for being here. Lady Bakes a Lot. Groovy. What is the earthquake prep organization? I didn't catch that. ODART, Oregon Disaster Airlift Response Team. Now there is one for California, but donate to us, please, because we're the one that's new and needs the funds. I'm kidding. California started it, so we're a fledgling sister organization modeled after it. Jim O. Don't ask me why that's his nickname. It's cool, awesome dude who gathered the cats of Oregon that are private pilots and said, let's be like CalDART. When the big quake happens, there's going to be so much chaos and communities cut off. On the coast, we'll need immediately to take food, water, maybe even doctors, medical supplies, what have you, to the coast. We better figure that out now. So there won't be communications. They got together the ham radio people and Civil Air Patrol, who were doing this before. It was cool. And I last year filmed the June exercises, which I thought were the first ones ever. They were technically the second, but they were the first ones after the foundation of the charity. So if these are tax deductible donations, and C-Probe, my mod, got me into this because he's one of the volunteers. And do tell me which fire you want an update on. Where Doe says my dad would know he's a firefighter in forestry. Passed on April 12th. I'm so sorry. No heart and support. We are a big supportive family here. Yeah, I think it has everything good going for it here. So you can check out ODART. What I was going to do, since I woke up at 2:30 in the morning, not last night, night before last, I missed the first exercise when they brought the food in from Walla Walla to the Aurora, Albany, and Creswell airports of Oregon. And instead of doing it all in one day, they did a second weekend thing I missed it because my tooth cracked. Then I had that severe dental stuff happen on Wednesday. The pain kept me up all Thursday night. I barely slept Friday. I wake up and just try to. I can't tell you the amount of pain I'm in right now talking. They numbed everything so bad. They hit suction. I almost like drowned in my own spit. So they punctured the back of my throat. Oh, with something, and I didn't feel it and chewed off. Chewed the side of my tongue. It's still swollen. So just in the course of talking, I keep biting it. I've been talking nonstop since I went live with somewhere like around 8 last night. Yeah, I'm so sorry. It's so tough to lose family. I lost my brother to cancer at basically Christmas Eve. Not the very last Christmas, but I was in shock the one before. But last Christmas was so hard, and it's tough, real hard. So this is important to like. I have a sore throat, but my mods are awesome, and I have to sleep and do things. So let's look at some more fires. Box ticket.
Oroville, Valley View Crew 5, police from the Rocky incident, returning to TGU.
I expect things to get bad today around 1. All my mods who helped me last night, including when I left my... sorry, go ahead of my story.
033.
The mods that helped me last night, I was forced to just grab a relative's laptop, went to their place near the airport by Salem. I thought I was just going to show you guys some of the exercise stuff. I thought about going live, but it was chaos and stormy, and my phone kept getting wet. Wind noise was insane. I thought I was going to pass out at my relative's place, and we'd have a nice brunch this morning, and I'd rest and recoup. Instead, as soon as I walked in the door, Sarah Luna and others who are just on the ball on Twitter. Let me get you guys her Twitter. Definitely sub. She was like, wait, do you know what's happening? Hell's breaking loose in California. So I grabbed the laptop from my relatives. It's just not capable of streaming, and it started and stopped, and people couldn't hear me correctly. So what I wanted to show you guys, that's why the PayPal link is there. Even $1 helps. I had 900 views. We've had 1,284 views today. 61 people viewing currently. Most stick around for around 15-20 minutes to get their info. Then they gotta work. They go somewhere. If you hit the like button, it helps us trend. Oh my God, I hate seeing myself. The webcam kept freezing. So, but the way the post, I'm trying to rewind it so you guys see the insanity of how it took off yesterday. And burn victims evacuated by helicopter. At least one. I think it was a firefighter. I can't tell. Let's see what I because I lost them just now to show you. I wish I could just be a subscriber to Alert Wildfire and be able to make all the time lapses I want and just go back in time. So here's how it kind of. This is Kathrinception. It's Kathryn watching Kathryn. My mods, thank God they were there. I was listening to two different scanner radios at the same time because we had evacuations by Butte County, which is more in the flatlands. The June fire ripped through the orchards and rice field areas, and they stopped it from getting into foothills. And then Orville had problems, and a poor guy with a brain tumor was trapped in his house and needed help evacuating. And thank God they got him out. And so here I'm desperately trying to go live, and this stupid laptop is disconnecting me. It's freezing. That I finally realized it's buffering for everybody. People can't hear me because like it couldn't handle webcam plus doing time lapses like this. This is all streaming is doing stuff with its video card. It didn't truly have a video card. It's like just part of the processor was dedicated to it. It was a business machine. So I was so frustrated I broke down crying because here's people getting burned and I can't even go live that hoping they're listening, that anybody's listening to give them what they need right now. Which is how we really helped save lives before in 2021. It's not a boast. We did, and it's because there's just screw ups with the official. Every agency just some do Twitter, some do a website, some do Code Red, some do the other one that competes. Some evacuation maps. There's two different competing ones in California, so it's crazy. If there's two counties like Ventura and LA next to each other, LA might have a contract with the one, and that one may show Ventura County is fine, but that's just because Ventura County didn't pay the money to or whatever how it works. But if you put the two tabs side by side and click between them, you'd see that each one is under mandatory evacuation, but you have to have two maps open. So this is why I have 138 tabs open at the same time and why I overloaded that laptop. And so you can hit the super thanks button if you guys are watching this later. Super thanks is like after a broadcast. Super chat is donating money via via YouTube. And everything is appreciated, but YouTube just still takes 30%. So the PayPal takes nothing. That's why the link is there. I've got Venmo. Anybody? I'm so sorry. Somebody was asking me about Cash App. Here's my email. It's also on the. It's kind of like the About Me page on the stream. And at email.com. Like if you ever click right here on the K, you go to somebody's channel and it used to say About Me, and they deleted it. So all my instructions for all my thousands of videos now, if you want to know anything about a fire, just look up the date the fire happened, and then look up my videos. I put the date. But just get ready to cry. Used to be About Me, but now you have to just click the thing that says one more link, and oh wow, here's the About Me. And I tried to make it Wildfire tracking team. It was just too long. It didn't let me. But we're a team effort here. I can't do this alone. Not just donors, but if you ever get crowdsourcing the info, as it comes down the pipe, we share it with each other, and then I can't do it without the mods. Like when 30,000 people showed up after the Caldor and Tahoe was threatened, like that was just chaos, and all you guys just saved me. I'm turning on LA County. I'm sorry, it turned itself off.
And LA County from AirTech 15, just settling in here. If we can get one Type 1 helicopter coming, it'll be for Division Tango.
Yeah. Type 1s are big.
Post AirTech helicopters, one Type 1 copter.
Oh, yeah. That's what the post needs. They need to slam it with nuclear ambition. I will put the Cash App thing here. In the meantime, just email me. I'm going to put the Venmo here. How do I do that? I signed up. Somebody did a Venmo. Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. I've not slept in weeks. I sound drunk, probably. It's the tooth thing. So, yeah, I was just, what was I doing again? This is where you can find information. Like here's the official YouTube link to my channel, how many subs. I think I had 12,000 at once, but I mean, when the Dixie and Caldor ended, a lot of people never wanted to hear about fire again. I don't blame them, so they just went unsub. What that did is destroyed the channel, though. It's very difficult for people to find it, even if they're looking. Because what the YouTube algorithm thinks is everybody's an entertainment channel, and when 3,000 people walk away, they think you offended people. I couldn't understand it. And what YouTube does is it unenrolls 30 people every month, unless you stream a lot. They claim it's fake accounts that they're deleting, but I find people that come back a year later and they go, "You're still around?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've been here every day, all summer, man." Yeah. So, but the posts took off like some sort of an bottle rocket. I tried to set it up so I could just leave. Looks like we're going to get an air show, at least in the post, but God, I was hoping up in Butte County. Where are my good? Yeah, here's the Encino time lapse. So just when I thought I could leave the house, it took me hours to set up and stabilize the stream on a brand new laptop. I'm downloading all the new, downloading Streamlabs and the software. Then just to find out it didn't particularly work. This was, all very alarming. It seemed like nighttime would calm stuff down, but it didn't. Sometimes that happens. You're going to have a bad day tomorrow. All of a sudden they said, "Whoa, it's running, and is the firehouse in danger again?" And they said, "Not at this time." And there's this Chinook. I should have screenshotted it as a still. I kept pausing on it, though. And the flames were like almost reaching the Chinook on the cams. They had to be 60.
The post operations, it's air tag on command.
65 feet tall, I swear. So, it's going to be a hard day. That's same thing with my brother. Very similar story to stupid. I was okay with his death. He fought so long, and I went live that night. Like it was basically Christmas Eve. People were there for me, and I was too ill to attend the funeral. I had my kidneys basically failing, and so I won't get into that right now. But this is from last night. I couldn't preserve these time lapses, but they show you the start. Like here, north is to the right, so it starts on I-5, which is in the middle of that canyon. This is insane. It's one of the fastest moving ones I've seen quite some time. Outside of Santa Ana's, you don't usually see them moving this fast. So in the middle of the night, 65-mile-an-hour winds, according to Cal Topo, showed up and explained it.
Air operations, air tag.
And people were talking about
air operations.
Maybe jumping.
I'll just get all three copters rolling, and we'll see. I think what I'm focusing on is just the big piece, maybe right adjacent to I-5. This piece that's way out to the, kind of the west is off by itself, but we're focusing over here by I-5, so I'll get all three copters coming, and we'll start there and see where we can fit in the fixed-wing show. Air operations, copies.
That's going to be in the Branch 5 area, so you can go ahead and go direct with Branch 5 and kind of work that plan out with him. I'll listen up on the radio, and then I'll get a hold of you later on for a walk-around.
Understand. Hey, LA County ECC, can you roll me to all three helicopters?
Look at this. This is the post-fire, all different angles. Later, I show San Bernardino. I'll let you know. It was quite alarming. At dusk, the San Bernardino fire.
LA County Emergency Command Center, it's AirTac 15.
Oh my God, I just realized something.
AirTac 15, go ahead.
Can you roll me the additional copters? So that'll be a 532, 0 Hotel X-ray and 73 uniform, all with bucket.
Helicopter.
It tried to form a pyrocumulus cloud. When it's got a smooth curve to the smoke, that's constant wind. When you know how trains go, the smokestack, the steam trains, like it shoots up. It's trying to make the pyrocumulus.
Medical, ill person, OPAC, 1000 Executive Parkway, Unit 320A Alpha, between Medical Center Drive and Hillview Ridge Line, 0846.
Boom. Boom.
And LA County ECC from AirTac 15, can you roll me a lead plane?
LA copies, 1 lead plane.
If it had thicker forest, what happened? There. If you see little white poofs on the top, you know you're really in trouble, because that's pure steam. That means like things with a lot of water just got consumed, is another way. It's not really the right way to say it, but enough water vapor just shot to the top of it. And that's when like volcanoes vaporize a glacier. You see the white streaks in the black or dark gray ash. So I had to turn off the webcam. Just whenever I thought I could go to sleep or drive home, I was unable to. And various things started freezing. And yeah, here's how it started. Probably vehicular, I don't know, but it could be just something in the parking lot. Does anybody know? Has anybody heard anything about how the post started? It just started melting cars and took off like a rocket, like I said.
Branch 5, Planning Ops Command.
I am still worried about Butte County. Let's look. At 1 p.m., this could all change very badly. They released a tanker. It's like, no, get it back.
Branch 5, Planning Ops Command.
A tender, I mean. Did the McDonald's burn down? Oh. Yeah, Jane, you're sweetie. How you doing? I don't remember who I said hi to anymore. But you know I would. This is live. It's just as I really want to take some nap and come back around 1, which is probably when stuff will really. It's smoke dancing. This is Butte County now. Shifting winds and twisting. Sorry about the bright thing there. That's so weird. And the more sunlight that comes out, the more smoke's going to become apparent, because it's going to just start eliminating the dew that's kind of keeping it down. The mountainside will shade it, and as the sun moves positions, the characteristics of that will change immensely unless they do something very fast. And the McDonald's not there. I don't know if it burned down. I was asking. It's just that cars melted in its parking lot. And evacuations never went beyond a warning for the Hesperia. Oh, what I was trying to say is that fire has much better prospects of like stopping it today or like anytime soon, because when wind is going a certain direction, you want to stop it by having a line. You know, it's basically a glorified road. And it's great if there's nothing to burn there for like, you know, wider the better. It's even better if you've got water trucks there. People, like, just in case it goes over with the wind, you know, burning stuff, squirt that and it's okay. Better, even way better, to have helicopters standing by you. You know, you see the burning stuff go up into the wind, swirl up and go up on a hillside, and they go, oh crap, we can't reach it with the hose. And you see this heroic helicopter pilots just fling the bucket of water, the hose, snorkel, and take care of it. It's like the coolest video game ever. I had no idea how bad the pain was getting in my throat till just now. I can barely swallow. I apologize. I have to stop talking. So this so I can cover things competently. We've had more than 1,300 viewers.
Engine 2180 returning force.
$1 right now would be awesome to super chat or PayPal. I struggled all night with this. Help keep you informed. And I can't do it with bad hardware. I just cannot. So we're doing this laptop fund drive. I'm not even sure how much it'll cost. They're not cheap. They are not cheap. But you know I'll use it for good. Problem with the post. The post has no T's. It's kind of doomed almost. It's going to be rough. I'm worried for Castaic. I really am. So, and now I'm worried for Butte County. The idea was I was going to show you guys how to make a grid, and each one of these cameras will update. But you know, if there's going to be an air show, would you rather me put it on flight radar and see the planes fly around? I must sleep. We'll leave this live. The mods will help people in chat with links and information. And then whenever I wake up, go live again. So, it'd be cool if I had a co-host or something, but at this point I don't. Don't know anybody who doesn't have a life like I do. I would want to do this. Oh, it's a Gulfstream at G550. I want a Global Bombardier 6000. Like a G6. Here's our scouty plane. Our fire is fire. This is our. You know, I could get creative and put an image in the corner. The thing is they time out like the cams. They just kind of stop updating after a while. So Smoke and Joke says my friend is at work today, so I told him to get watch duty to stay on top of his area. I am trying to work with them on a terrible flaw in the notification system, and that is if you ignore it for a bit and there's more than 24 notifications, it stops making a sound and doesn't tell you about anything else. You know, weather apps can update all the time, and so can anything else, like breaking news. And even if you don't swipe it away or do anything, it still changes. Like my weather app updates every hour. So I told him about this. I said, I have to know about everything on the West Coast, so that's okay if older stuff just gets knocked away. You know, gets overwritten. Please don't make it so my phone stops getting sounds. Like I've had crisis break out. I don't know about it. The horrible reply was, can't do nothing. So just beware. You get a bunch of them and swipe them away as a group once you've read them. but it's quite good. Get the FEMA app. It's great.
Keep it on Butte Local, unreadable, repeat.
Code red if you can. Not all counties do code red. Okay. So we have two audio feeds playing. Got LA County. Here's a link. Very, very appreciated. I don't think I can hear all the notifications for PayPal. I think I put the phone on vibrate. I think I'm going to leave it on vibrate. I don't mean to ignore any of those donations. You are so wonderful. We've got 1,386 views. Hit the like button, please, to make it trend. People will find this. William says, hey, oh, hi there. LA weather just now talking about 65-mile winds. Yeah, right here. Heard last night the fire started from a chain on a trailer near the McDonald's on I-5. Dear God. Like a small automobile? Or like tractor? Trailer? There. They usually won't explain how stuff works, even if they know already, which just drives me up the wall. Insanity, what a little spark can do, and winds are 65 miles an hour. It just takes all the vegetation and just turns it into little crispy chips like Lay's, you know? Look at the bending of the trees. Well, I had a very good broadcast last night, and if anybody is like just joining now, if you're wondering, should I ever rewind, like, see the first 6 hours? Yeah. It's pretty dang good points. We try to figure out how defensible the Castaic neighborhoods are. My conclusion is they're death traps, and I don't know what the hell they're going to do. I'm not saying, like, oh, they're going to burn down today. They will eventually in this canyon, because I just don't see how they'll ever be able to defend them, not with too many houses close together. So I'm so against the counties that allow developers to jam sardine tin houses together, make a maze of like squiggle spaghetti roads, and they all converge into one, and then they all converge onto one, and they all converge onto one that gets on I-5. If they all saw flames out the window and left in a panic, we've seen this before in Paradise. So I have one in there. Hey, welcome back. Says, where's that fire? Looks like mine in 2017. This is how the post began. It's right here. You can see the map. This is on watch duty. The link in the description. Oh, no worries, no worries. We like questions. People come in, usually get some information and leave. They check back up on things, get some information and leave. You're under no obligation to have watched the previous 6 hours. I'm losing my ability to speak. Literally, I'm very concerned I may not be able to speak the rest of today. So this is the user submitted anonymous photo by somebody who must have been there very quick. Basically stuck in traffic and saw this practically start. This happened.
Orbital Strike Team 9250 Charlie, leaving the unit.
This was explosively fast spreading. So it could have been a vehicle, definitely. It's just, I'd like to know. We'd all like to know.
TMB local, repeat your identifier.
So here's one of my broadcasts last night. I can't replay and you were there, yeah, you were there. But for anybody else,
Last TMB local, repeat your identifier.
buffering. YouTube quit yanking my chain. My own replay of my own show's buffering. To me, I've got fiber. That costs me a lot of money. My internet bill is $96 a month, by the way. It doesn't matter if I'm streaming or not. I don't want to do the math. How much is that a year? So I can bring you 90. It was 96. Oh God, it's $1,100. But
9250 Charlie Orville.
this is just a browser problem. It's YouTube's issue.
Traffic for ops, repeat your identifier.
No, maybe I was buffering at the time. It was me broadcasting on the bad laptop. Okay, I can't speak anymore. Now, this is my broadcast last night. I lost the ability to show people the start of the fire. And this is what we saw last night, this glow. And at midnight, it took off. It caught the firefighters by surprise. 2 helicopters, 2 Chinooks worked it last night. It still didn't really do anything but prevent it from spotting. You know, that's very important, but it was scary last night. This is near Highway 76 and I-5. The scene looked like a section here. Is it a post fire? Yeah, yes, okay. Yeah, we all get shot. This as I was about to sign off today. This Kern near Paradise is going right now. And I don't think they're taking it as seriously as they need to be. They should be slamming that with their crap. Put a red ring around it. Retarded. I don't understand. People just, how do people not know? That's what the Bear Fire became in the same neighborhood. Killed a lot. Killed a lot of people. Morning, Randall. I can't talk. I'm I no longer think it's just a wound in my throat. There's got to be something terribly wrong. I don't understand why it hurts this bad. That was Wednesday. That was Wednesday. Okay, I can't talk anymore. So, stream has been live for 6 hours and 23 minutes.
Oroville, strike team 9230 Charlie.
What YouTube does is it deletes all the videos. If they go over 12 hours, I can't wake up to reset the stream again. I'm going to do it now. And then I'm going to crash. And mods, please take care of people. Friends.
Oroville, strike team 9230 Charlie.
The stream's not over.
9230 Charlie, Orville.
Released from the June incident, leaving the unit.
9230 Charlie, 09.
Here are your instructions if you want to help. Make sure you're subscribed. It's the easiest, best way to try to find us again with the ring bell icon. Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm terribly worried for today. I know that I need to be here during the day, but uh I hope you can understand how shocked awake I was the moment I saw. I mean, here's what happened,
Post ICLA V1.
and then it began like that. This is the beginning of the bear fire. Same area. This is what Smitty, I let you sleep. I was gonna text you at 6 in the morning. We've got a Butte County start right under the nose of the lookout tower. I was the first person to notice it on the web. Hey, Michael Jones, thank you. I won't be able to get sleep. I will drug myself. This is tremendously painful. I am calling the doctor. I'm swallowing like a broken marble.
Post ICLA on command.
Batman, you come and go like the night. Thank you for being here. So guys, if you want to help the stream, please do the like button. Please put $1 in the PayPal tip jar so we can get a real laptop. Every 12 hours, we gotta restart the stream, otherwise it gets deleted. I want it to be a historical record on YouTube. So what we do is rename the stream. It will only take 30 seconds. I'll demonstrate what to do. I don't have a like and subscribe button. Well, I have a like button for myself. Why? Okay, yeah, so do that. Hit the like button. I got 1,456 viewers. 52 likes. Oh, wait, that was the last night's broadcast. Okay. Clearly I need rest. So, whenever we say stream restart, you can't just be like waiting for it. It's stuck on the last video, and the video just becomes like normal. Unfortunately, YouTube makes you go to my channel, like so. Just click on the purple K, and see how I'm live right now. The thing will be there at the top.
Post operations LA V1.
Go for operations.
Post operations trying to hail IC. We're getting multiple informants, passers-by, advising smoke and flames near the black north of Gorman Posts, moving towards the freeway. Doesn't see any fire units on scene.
Oh boy.
Copy. I'll get resources out there.
No. Every time I say I'm going to bed.
Ops copy.
Branch 1, operations V1.
No.
Go for branch 1. Hey, branch 1, did you copy that direct? That'll be divisions Alpha Delta.
Yeah, that's affirmative. I'm face-to-facing with them right now. We're going to redirect our crews in that area.
Copy, thank you.
Oh. Hey, Danny. You know what I bet? I bet the mole people are shooting lasers up from the ground at the lizard people in the sky. There is no other explanation. Except maybe the moon is the base for the lizard people, so they're just trying to shatter the moon. We may never know. Right? So, yeah, we had an awesome stream one night where somebody insisted there was a UFO and it was the moon, and that was so funny. And so I played the X-Files theme, and somebody else says, I want to believe in the moon. It was so hilarious. Thank you for reminding me. It was awesome. I have a terrible pain. I'm rocking back and forth. I'm trying to tolerate this, but yep. Drunkenness is something that can be achieved.
Engine 2184, available in response area.
By lack of sleep.
Engine 2184, 0911.
Friends, okay. For real now.
2184.
Your instructions are thus. Please put $1 in the tip jar for the PayPal so I get a proper computer, mobile computer. Whenever I say restarting the stream, You hit the purple K, takes you to my channel. Make sure you're subbed with the ringing bell.
Operations, branch 1.
And just refresh. Or with the finger, you know. Swipe down from the top, refresh. It can take up to
all
2.
That activity that's being phoned in, that's going to be in a hotel. Copy that, hotel, thank you. Break, branch 5, operations.
Just give me a minute. Be right back, friends. Restarting the stream, not ending. Follow the instructions. Oh, yes. The post fire is raging out of control. They herded it, so it didn't spread too much like over the highway.
Division Hotel Juliet, operations on command.
But when the wind picks up, hold on to your butts. They're putting all kinds of aircraft on it, so let's restart stream right now. Michael, it says just start drinking and turn it into a story time stream. Would it make me more money?
Operations from 1130 Alpha on command.
Go for operations.
Be right back. Restarting stream, friends. Restarting.
Operations 1130 Alpha's going to hit right along the frontage road where it's flaming up. I believe it's still in Alpha Delta area.
Copy that and confirming you're assigned Alpha Delta.